Hello, danger noodles and bitches. How are you today? I need to get rid of something. I need to get rid of the chat so they can read along.
Why?
I do that because the
It,
chat covers up the words.
it doesn't really cover up the words, though. I'm looking at it, and it doesn't really go that long.
Well, yeah, but I also want it covering the video too.
Oh, I see. Is there a
Yeah.
way you can move it from the text? Like you could still have it there, but not directly on the text? Hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, just go ahead and I'll say this is SCP-5783, aka Accidents Never Happen.
The containment class is Keter. The disruption class is Blonde. The risk class is Warning. Level 3 confidential. Special containment procedures. Full containment of SCP-5783 is considered both prohibitively disruptive and undesirable at this time. Containment efforts instead focus on keeping general public unaware of the availability of segmentation emergency services. Segmentation meaning separation. Telecommunication monitoring office Telecommunications Monitoring Office record all instances of the SCP calls, so their locations and uh, semantic content can be analyzed. SCP calls bypass usual Tier 1 human monitoring and should not be intercepted by TMO operatives. Subsequent to finding of the incident -01, it is not presently permitted for Foundation staff to attempt to contact SCP-5783 service by any means. Following incident -02, it is also not presently permitted for Foundation operatives to attend the locations at which SCP-5783 calls claim emergencies are occurring owing to the personnel cost. Oh my. Description: SCP-5783 is an emergency call service which can be contacted by telephone in any locality that has a specialized number for emergency services. The caller asks for segmentation. The call is connected un- via presently untraceable means to a dispatcher, collectively as SCP-5783-1. SCP-5783-1 will speak to the caller, ascertain key details of the emergency, dispense instructions or advice, and will also frequently claim to have dispatched agents as a response. Semantic content of 5783 calls is largely inscrutable. Conversation is carried out in the caller's language using normal vocabulary and grammar. However, the situation described do not correspond to baseline reality. Despite this, callers of 5783 act as if they were witness or participants in genuine emergency situations, and SCP-5783-1 treats calls with com- the word that I've looked up multiple times but can never remember how to pronounce, sincerity and urgency. Basically, it just means the caller will treat it with honesty, sincerity, and urgency. They take it seriously. No physical evidence of the emergencies described in SCP-5783 calls have been found. No SCP-5783 caller has been successfully identified. When specific locations, objects, and persons are described in the SCP calls, subsequent investigations, once the emergency has been resolved, have been uniformly been reported, and the descriptions have no correspondence to observed reality at the named location. Further, these locations are uniformly and currently uninhabited or sparsely inhabited areas. In 100% of the cases where SCP-5783 has been requested by name, the emergency service call taker has successfully connected the caller to SCP-5783-1. Despite this, call takers involved in an SCP-5783 call have shown no awareness of SCP-5783 when interviewed and are unable to demonstrate the process of connecting to SCP-5783 calls. Foundation agents who attend the given location in an ongoing emergency described in an SCP-5783 call are missing in action. Direct data of their experience was irrecoverable. For more details, see Addendum 3. And
Alright, everyone ready to hear the first one? I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Jerry?
no.
Oh, okay. But yeah, once everyone's ready to hear the first call, I'll be here. I have experience in reading this file. Yeah. Anyway, so we ready?
Yep.
I need segmentation.
This is segmentation. What's the location of your emergency? Gotcha. What's happening over there?
It's my mother. She's open.
Okay. Is she still coterminous?
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
Let me put it another way. Is she still able to ascend?
No. Yes, she is.
Good. Can you try lifting her right mandible for me?
Okay. Mom, I'm just gonna remove your mandible now, okay? For the nice person on the phone. I did it. It's a little acidic, but it still resonates. Is that good?
Okay. You're doing great. Try to keep her calm and well lubricated. I've sent a cocoon, and they should be with you soon.
I really like these phone calls because in my headphones, it doesn't sound like it's coming from actual headphones. It sounds like it's coming out of my headset. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They are very good. Also, how well they speak the words, no matter how weird it would be for us, because for the people in the call, it's supposed to be normal. So whoever made these recordings, like extra kudos, that was really good acting.
Yeah. Now, next one we gotta
Also, for those,
read because, you know, it's in Spanish.
yes, but I would like to say, everyone, to possibly understand to help them in case they didn't get the hints from the mandible to being open, basically
Mhm.
the mom has a giant wound somewhere, but she's still able to stand. She can move her mouth, which is her mandible,
Mhm.
but obviously it wouldn't be good for her to get up, but she can get up. So that's what it means, but it also suggests they're insect people with uh, chitlin, basically like a shell.
Yeah.
The shell is the skeleton. Yeah. All right, now the second call.
Were you the caller or the SCP?
I'll be the SCP. I don't remember what we did before.
Ah.
Transcript is translated from original Spanish.
I've just been shed.
I'm sorry to hear that. Can you describe the assailant?
It was a few minutes ago. I was just projecting from the corner of 14th. An alien emerged from the background and took it. They were chitinous and mean. I think one of them was from Puerto Rico.
And what still remains?
Just the image. I can't feel the surface anymore. It's particularly upsetting because it was a gift from my grandmother, so I can't just buy a new one.
I'm sending the drone, ma'am. Obviously, we can't guarantee we'll get it back. But if we derive,
Oh, I know.
we'll need a full statement from you.
Happy to do that if it gets these guys off the tangent, you know?
Great. Watch your antenna for the drone. All right, for those who do not understand what those terms mean,
Mm-hmm.
they're basically saying where she was, but in terms that we might not know, she was basically saying they had a shell of their skin was, I guess, extra hard, and they had a bad attitude, and basically saying where she thinks the assailant was from.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing they are asking what remains of what was stolen, and they're saying they have pictures, but not the items.
Mm-hmm.
And saying to watch your antenna for the drone, I would assume it's because antennas are better at sensing things than eyes are for insects.
Yep.
All right. Would you like to say any other comments that might clear how to understand that?
I think you got it perfect.
Very nice. I think the only reason I understand this so well is because of how many fucking times we've read this.
Fuck you, Streamlabs.
Bang, bang, bang. Addendum 2, Incident dash 01. For several weeks beginning in 1997, August 15th, the Foundation made attempts to contact SCP-5783-1. SCP-5783 call information gathered by Telecommunication Monitoring Office was analyzed in order to construct plausible false SCP-5783 emergency scenarios that would also permit the Foundation to gather information on the nature of SCP-573-1 entity or entities. These efforts failed as SCP-573-1 was able to quickly identify in every instance the fraudulent nature of the emergency.
You okay?
Yeah.
Alright, everyone ready? I guess I assume everyone's ready.
Yeah, there's two people in the chat, but I don't know who the second person is.
Probably Buck. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Which is fine. Anyways. 3, 2, 1.
Please help. My mother is open.
Sir, are you lying to me?
No, I...
Sir, calling emergency services fraudulently is a serious crime. If you do not have a genuine emergency, please hang up the phone immediately.
But my mother's mandible is...
Not in this membrane, she isn't. Not at your angle. I'm sure this is all very funny to you, but our job is very serious, and wasting our time endangers people's lives. I will terminate this call.
I would like to say the reason why they failed to convince anyone is they sounded like a kid making a prank call. If
Yeah.
your mother was open, you wouldn't be like so calm. Like, my mother is open. That's not the voice of someone panicked. I imagine if your busta was open, you would definitely sound frantic. Ah. Addendum 3, Incident Dash 2. In an effort to learn more about the, the anomaly, agents of the MTF Omicron 67 Zeroth responders were placed on standby near the area that had been previously named as the location of emergencies on. Oh, I just realized we forgot about Zeroth responders when judging where to put everything earlier.
Well, it's a good thing we're starting over.
Oh, that's true. Were placed on standby near areas that had previously been named as the location of emergencies on SCP-5783 calls. Their aim was to attend the supposed location of an SCP-5783 emergency while the call was ongoing to see if there were any perceptible and or recordable phenomena. On 2004, I forgot what month.
May.
May. May 2nd, a suitable SCP-5783 call was detected by the Telecommunication Monitoring Office. The call described a situation seemingly analogous to a home invasion occurring at the address of an abandoned cinema in Portsmouth, United Kingdom.
Alright. Everyone ready? And 3, 2, 1.
There's two of them, I think. I thought I'd lost them with the curvature, but they must have scented me. Please come quickly. They're coming through the differential. I'm with my cousins. They're scared.
Try to remain calm, man. Is it safe where you are?
I don't know. I hope so. I've made a barricade from molds and I've refracted myself, so it'll be harder to find. Oh, Jesus.
So basically, she thought she lost them when she was traveling, but they must have scented her. And I just want to say, once again, scents and sounds are probably things that most bugs pick up better than vision, as they do not have the same kind of eyeballs as humans.
Yeah.
So that means their eyes are not as quality, but their other sense. So basically, her and her cousins tried to lose them, but they scented her, so they're basically able to follow her home. She's with her cousins, and they're scared. So yeah, Maltz basically means sheds. They have used their sheds to make a barricade. And refracted yourself, hmm.
Maybe through reality bending?
I do not think that.
Ah.
I'm looking. Oh, it might be connected to measure of focusing characteristics of an eye or the eyes. So she's basically, but that doesn't make sense. But the only other thing, I guess it's just a term we don't have. Their
Ah.
version of the term, I mean.
Gotcha.
It might be she's using her shell in a way and tucking it in a way so she'll be harder to find. Like it's bouncing off her shell, maybe?
Maybe.
Hmm. Well, besides that one thing, it seems like everything is pretty easy to understand besides that one thing.
Then again, this is an SCP. Not SCPs aren't meant to be understood completely.
That's true. Well, I think the part that's hard to understand of this SCP is it sounds like it's from a different reality that's over our reality or connected to it somehow.
Yeah.
At this juncture, a Tier 2 operative from the Telecommunication Monitoring Office intervened on the call, disconnecting SCP-5783-1 and speaking to the caller directly, with the aim of keeping them on the phone. Simultaneously, agents Kang Yoon Lee and Girija Malik from MTF-0-67 were dispatched to the location.
Alright. Playing the audio in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, ma'am. This is a new dispatcher taking over this call. Can you confirm your status?
I'm stilled and sheathed. The cousins are within me.
Can you describe yourself so our agents can recognize you?
I've got a sunlit pelt and fragrant windows.
Thank you. Oh, how about your surroundings? What does it look like there?
I don't understand the question.
What can you, perceive?
The two intruders are trembling. They are heavy with themselves. They seem like bad news.
I see.
They're going to breach the differential. They have to stop making waves.
I think the cousins being within her means they're hiding under a blanket.
Yeah.
That or might be hiding behind her wings if she has wings or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even holding them in their arms, which goes with them hiding from the intruders.
Alright. That makes
I
sense.
think that heavy with themselves means that they seem confident.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah. Makes sense.
And again, it doesn't go with the two intruders are trembling. But it does go with bad news. Well, oh well. The caller stopped the caller stopped speaking at this point for 4 minutes, 8 minutes after they were dispatch contact with agents Kang and Malik was lost, with GPS, audio, and visual signals becoming lost or irretrievably corrupted within 200 meters of the cinema. 45 seconds later, the caller spoke again.
Alright. Playing the call in 3, 2, 1.
Hello?
I'm here. What's happening?
I'm not sure. I've never. The situation is very strange.
In what way?
The intruders. The curvature dilated them, but they're wrong. They have a softness.
Softness.
They don't resonate properly. I think maybe they can't project.
That is unusual. What else can you perceive about them?
They're not normal. It's sickening watching them twist about. I think they're confused. Maybe not even intelligent. They're things.
Do you think they pose a danger to you?
Not if they can't project or understand curvature. Ugh, it's horrible.
In that case, can you intersect with them? Perceive them more wholly?
That's a strange way of putting it, but sure. Listen, they're making noises. I think they might cease. Ugh, so gross. So when are the pods getting here?
I think, although I can't obviously understand everything in all the audios, I think that's very clear. I think at one point, it makes it very clear that Malik and the other uh, agent, instead of like when they entered, instead of entering that realm or universe or whatever the hell it is, instead of entering cleanly, they kind of combined with their versions on the insect version, and it did not bode well for them.
Yeah, they probably died.
They died, and then the collar basically poked it. They
Yeah.
were already dead or dying. I don't think they actually killed them. I think they were too grossed out to touch them that much.
Yeah.
They went from scared to like as soon as the two agents like accidentally went there, the fear drained right out of them.
Yeah.
All right. Subsequent investigation of the cinema location found no trace of the color or agent Malik. A thin biological film covering 17 irregularly shaped areas of the wall, a circumlative of 4.5 square meters in the area, was covered. Microscopy found it to be composed of human kidney cells that were a DNA match for Agent Kang. Rest in peace, Agent Kang. Agent Malik and Kang were considered missing in action. I'm pretty positive they're dead. Further attempts to intercept SCP-573 calls or emergencies have been halted while the possibility of a retro-causal event is investigated. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an ad break. So, what do you think of the SCP?
It was pretty good. I like it. Now we gotta go to the rubric. And bam, there's a thumbnail.
Yes, we still. I still vote for.
Yeah. Wait, I just realized the nurse kind of looks like Miss Frizzle.
Like if Miss Frizzle was a nurse and the person with the head off looks like a Japanese schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Which has
Alright.
nothing to do with this SCP.
Alright. Make sure, gotta make sure. They did do the correct person. Oh my gosh, Cheery. They didn't draw lizards. The accident never was, and they do alien emojis. They consider these aliens. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Emergency services. How may I help you?
I need segmentation.
Transferring you now.
This is segmentation. Your location.
Oh shit. God damn it, I keep doing it.
What?
I let the thumbnail on. Professional streamer.
Okay.
Anyways.
Emergency services. How may I help you?
I need segmentation.
Transferring you now.
This is segmentation. Your location and problem.
I'm at and it's my mother. She's open.
Is she coterminous? Is she ascendant?
I think so.
Good. Can you try lifting her right mandible for me?
Okay. Mom, I'm just gonna move your mandible now. Okay, for the nice person on the phone. I did it. It's a little acidic, but it still resonates. Is that good?
Okay, you're doing great. Just try to keep her calm and well lubricated. I've sent a cocoon. They should be with you soon.
How long ago was this call taken?
7 minutes since it disconnected.
All right, let's get to the location and see what's going on.
They rode in the back of the van. The location of the call was only 15 minutes away. What the hell
I just
is
want to say the mother did not look
What?
open.
No.
What? Oh, god damn it. It jumped again. Hold on.
I hate it when it does that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say the mother was not drawn as open.
Yeah.
For some time now.
Any idea what to expect when we get there?
An acidic mom with a broken mandible?
You could have just said no.
Sir, we're here. All right, let's go.
They stepped out of the van. Nothing. They were on the side of a small road. No house, no signs. Nothing was around. It was totally deserted.
Are you sure we're in the right place? 100%, sir. Coordinates are confirmed.
Klaus looked to the sky with a look of confusion. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-5.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm being called for something.
Anyone have any questions about the SCP while Bright is away?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's all good.
Alright, and let's get back and watching the video. 3, 2, 1.
5783. Accidents never happen. Please remember to subscribe. Chen turned off the device, and that's the entire message.
And you say when you got there was nothing?
Exactly.
How odd. Put the device before me and I'll see what memories lie within it.
Chen walked to Pythia and laid the device down on the table before her. She concentrated her mental powers, searching for a memory, a clue.
There's nothing.
What do you mean by nothing?
I mean, there's no memory, no event.
How is that possible?
I don't know, but there's nothing there. Like it never happened.
You understand the plan?
Yeah, it's simple enough. Make the call, ask for segmentation, and see what info we can get out of them. I'm on standby if we get some actionable info.
Good, let's do it.
Klaus picked up the headset and
Oh
called
my god,
emergency
the goddamn
services.
kitty ears.
Emergency services.
Headset.
How can I help you?
I require segmentation.
There was a pause.
Hello, my mother's open. She needs help.
No response came.
Sir, are you lying to me?
What? No, she's in bad shape.
If you don't have a serious emergency, please disconnect now.
I do. My mother, her mandible.
Not in this membrane, and not at your angle. Stop wasting our time.
Klaus heard the click of the line disconnecting. Well, so much for that idea. So, who or what are these segmentation fellas?
Strange, isn't it? We don't really have anything to go on, but the language and terms they use are very, very strange.
How do we proceed then?
We can't trick them, it seems, and Pythia isn't seeing anything. I don't see any other option but to wait for another call and respond.
We did that before and found nothing.
Yes, but this time, let's do it a little different. Let's take over the call. Let's be the emergency services.
Oh, sounds fun.
SCP-5783 phone call, ongoing. Excellent, patch us in.
Klaus heard the caller.
There's 2 of them, I think. I thought I'd lost them at the curvature, but they must have scented me. Please come quickly. They're coming through the differential.
Hello, ma'am. I'll be taking over your call. Can you confirm your status?
I've refracted myself, so I'll be harder to find. I'm sheathed.
Can you describe yourself so our agent can identify you?
I've got a sunlit pelt and fragrant windows.
Klaus looked over at Chen. What the hell did that mean?
Can you describe the 2 invaders?
They're trembling and heavy. They're going to break the differential. I need to be quiet. Wait.
Klaus muted the call.
Send agents King and Malik to the location now.
I'm on my way.
No, not you, Chen. I need you on the call with me. We'll follow as backup after the call. Agents King and Malik en route.
Klaus listened to the caller. He could hear her still breathing.
Hello?
I'm here. It's strange. The intruders. The curvature dilated. They're soft. They don't resonate properly. They move so strangely.
Are they dangerous?
I don't even think they're intelligent. If they can't project or understand curvature, probably not. Listen, do you hear that? They're making noises. Disgusting. When are the pods arriving?
In the background, there was a faint, distorted muffle. Then the call disconnected.
What the? Any word from Agents King or Malik?
They should have reached the location 2 minutes ago, but communications broke down shortly before.
Damn it! Let's go!
It was an old, abandoned theater. It looked
What?
like nobody had been inside for years. They searched the area, but no trace of the agents was found.
Something doesn't add up. The caller seemed to describe a home invasion, but this is a theater.
Right, and we know the agents made it this far, but there's nothing. No sign of them at all. From behind, an agent called out.
I might have something. What is it, Agent? The walls.
He shone a UV light onto the walls. A thin, Wet coating was barely visible on them.
Get a sample. Bring it back to my lab.
Did you find anything from that sample?
Yeah. Kidney cells. Agent Malik's.
What? So they found the SCP?
Well, yes and no.
Explain.
You remember how the caller described 2 assailants looking for her? Well, what if those assailants were Agents Malik and Kang?
That's not possible. They responded to her call. How could they be there before we even knew the location?
It's a temporal paradox. It doesn't make sense.
I think you're grasping at straws, Doc. Too many late-night sci-fis.
Well, there's also this. We cleaned up the last section of the audio from the call.
They're making noises. Disgusting. When are the pods arriving?
Malik, help me! SCP-5783 is an emergency service which can be contacted by telephone in any locality that has a specialized number for emergency services. If the caller asks for segmentation, the call is connected via presently untraceable means to a dispatcher. 5783-1 will speak to the caller, ascertain key details of the emergency.
Oh my god, I forgot about
instructions
this.
or advice, and will also frequently claim to have dispatched agents as a response. The semantic content of calls is largely inscrutable. Conversation is carried out in the caller's language using normal vocabulary and grammar. However, the situations
Gosh, the
described do
background
not
art.
correspond to baseline reality. Despite this, callers to 5783 act as if they were witnesses or participants in genuine emergency situations. And 5783-1 treats calls with concomitant sincerity and urgency. No physical evidence of the emergencies described in 5783 calls has been found. No 5783 caller has been successfully identified. When specific locations, objects, and persons are described in an SCP-5783 call, subsequent investigations once the emergency has been resolved have uniformly reported that the descriptions have no correspondence to observed reality at the named location. Further, these locations are uniformly in currently uninhabited or sparsely inhabited areas. In 100% of cases where 5783 has been requested by name, the emergency services call taker has successfully connected the caller to 5783-1. Despite this, call takers involved in a 5783 call have shown no awareness of 5783 when interviewed, and are unable to demonstrate the process of connecting an SCP-5783 call. Foundation agents who attended the given location of an ongoing emergency described in a 5783 call are missing in action. Direct data of their experience was irrecoverable. Full containment of 5783 is considered both prohibitively disruptive and undesirable at this time. Containment efforts instead focus on keeping the general public unaware of the availability of the segmentation emergency service.
Always look for the simplest explanation, even if it's far-fetched and ridiculous. It doesn't change the fact that it's likely still true.
As always, have a
Removal of character / license.
I think we should move that to a 2 because while they didn't remove any of the license, they removed the one character's cousins and they also removed the MTF group.
Yeah.
They completely removed that group.
Alright. And added gore or violence.
Technically, that should be a 1 or a 2 because they added violence with how the 2 agents died. Before, we didn't know how it died, only that it probably wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I'll say 2. There. Deviates from the plot of the article. Yes.
4.
they
3 or 4. I think it's a, yeah.
They scrambled the calls. Oh, and they also got rid of the Spanish call.
Yes, they did. They removed the Spanish. Oh, that means it should probably be a 3 at the top instead of a 2. Because they removed, that would be an entire other character.
Alright, you talk to them more about this stuff. I'm being called again. I'll be back.
Alright. parts that they altered was they changed the insect people, the insect alternate reality versions of like people in our world that into aliens, which they were not. They are not aliens, they are not reptiles, they are bug people. And when you understand they are bug people, a lot of the language they use when talking makes more sense. Like, if someone's mandibles become acidic, something in their internal organs might have burst. Like, some insects have literal organs in their mandibles that release acids or venoms, things like that, which would cause it to become more acidic. And if someone is open, aka cut, that could happen. That's what happens when people are injured. Sometimes things open. It's magical. And they also didn't show the mother that was open that she was open. They didn't understand the SCP file enough to realize she had an open wound. They didn't understand the SCP file to understand the other call they used, where she was basically saying she had been followed, and obviously it meant the people who had followed her had also been insect people. They were not the MTFs. They just changed basically almost everything. And they also removed the SCP's responders themselves because that character had its own voice in the SCP files. While they had it in the video and they did the own voice.
Sorry, I was being called for Busta. Now Busta's in the room.
Okay.
Alright. So, only minute of video / offensiveness.
They removed at least one woman. We don't know the genders of the cousins.
And they removed the Spanish.
Oh, you're right. That's at least a 2. One woman and all Spanish. They also, yeah.
It got a higher score this time.
I enjoy that now that we understand CP better, we understand how much they've actually fucked up a little better.
25%.
This is the first 25%. I don't mind them getting it all. I feel, because remember when we first looked it over, we gave it a 60%.
Oh yeah.
I think that was literally because we didn't understand the SCP enough.
Right, now it's gonna be my turn to read, and I got the big long one.
Yeah, but to be fair, I probably read the first one so much that it's probably gotten long at this point.
Alright. The next SCP is SCP-6485, aka Want a Coffee for Your Head? Sorry. I had to scroll down to get the extra shit. Alright. Item 6485. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class Keter. Disruption class Eki. Risk class Notice. Special containment procedures. Due to the large number of SCP-6485 instances distributed worldwide, and the very nature of the anomaly, it is currently impossible to contain 6485. Following extensive research into subjects exposed to 6485 and the constant and continuous monitoring of an 6485 instance, 6485 has been deemed safe to remain self-containing, as it poses no threat and greatly improves the mental state and morale of any subject who interacts with it. Foundation web crawlers are to routinely search any online forums, message boards for any mentions of 6485 instances, which are to be analyzed to better ascertain the nature of their distribution and further pinpoint their location for further analysis. Tracker chips are to be shipped out to all international branches of Site-85, which is constructed by the Ethics Committee to house non-hostile sapient anomalies worldwide under a collective site, and other Foundation sites to be further redistributed to all known subjects of 6485. All states are to then further monitor the respective countries' discovered instances. Any reports of 6485 manifestations that are captured by security camera feeds, photographs, or alike are to be investigated, and all footage relating to 6485, such as news reports, videos, or similar, are to be confiscated or taken down. Should an 6485 instance manifest in public, MTF Tau 87 of worldwide hugs are to be dispatched, and all second-hand witnesses among the civilian populace are to be traced down and amnesticized. Should any instances of 6485 manifest to any Foundation personnel, they report this to Science Perspective Containment Specialist for containment procedures. List of specialized containment procedures is wrong here. And I clicked on it and it's blocked. Well, I guess that we don't get to know.
Oh dear.
It might have been removed. And just not edited.
Let me try clicking it and see if I can get to it. Oh yeah, it just says about blank dash blocked.
Yep.
Okay.
It's gone. Alright. Description. SCP-6485 is a toy that manifests approximately an hour after one's expiration, often to the deceased closest family members and friends. It has no fixed appearance, but generally appears as a stuffed animal or doll, typically taking the form of a deceased's favorite toy from their adolescence. Testing confirms that 6485's composition and physical appearance are non-discernible from similar non-sapient toys. 6485 exhibits signs of sapience, is able to move on its own accord, and communicate via a range of gestures or writing. It's also been observed to have heightened reflexes and an unexplained knowledge of a subject's likes and dislikes. 6485 is also capable of demanifesting and remanifesting itself, most commonly when it is removed from a subject's immediate vicinity, but also can be used to reach hard-to-reach areas, which only stops when it deems the subject to have gained closure over their loved one's death. It also does this so when a subject actively attempts to harm themselves or experience significant emotional distress. Upon the complete destruction of 6485, it will remanifest next to its subject.
They actually sound very good for people who are mourning.
Yeah, I think the only reason this thing so far is a Keter is because they can't capture it.
Yeah.
So far, it's kind of more of a safe class.
It's kind of like, while they're this powerful, it literally sounds like This SCP is very powerful and literally uses all its power to make sure the person does not die.
Yeah. Upon manifestation, 6485 has been observed in its behavior to express affection by bringing items, small snacks, tokens, toys, etc., cooking simple dishes of the subject's preference, as well as forms of hugs and pets. It is also able to produce physical childhood pictures of the deceased past, even when they were previously destroyed. While it has its own consciousness, it may follow orders given to it by subjects if it deems it necessary for them to move on from their family members or friends' death. Prolonged exposure to 6485 will cause its subject's mental state and morale to improve greatly and gain closure faster than people who are not exposed to 6485.
I'm not seeing any downsides yet.
Yeah. Research has indicated that 6485 instances are more likely to appear to individuals who are parents/guardians of the deceased, are siblings of the deceased, are close friends of the deceased, have lost their child, sibling, friend due to an accident, long-time illness, or suicide, have lost their significant other due to an accident, long-time illness, or suicide. Discovery. After junior researcher Charlie Upson's death on November 20th, 2020, an instance of 6485 taking the form of a teddy bear was discovered when a researcher was dispatched to his mother's house to inform her of his death a week after. It was at that point that her 6485 instance was discovered, helping with some chores. Upon further questioning, it was revealed that it manifested on the day of researcher Charlie B's death and had been attempting to inform her of his death, but she had refused to acknowledge such news. Aww. Following Site Director Light's request, she has agreed to accompany Foundation personnel to Site 85 for further testing and observation. Addendum 6485.1. Following the discovery of and further research into 6485, an archive Reddit thread on r/no stupid questions was discovered, with targets of the anomaly detailing their experiences with their own instances of 6485. At the time of posting it, it reached 6.4 thousand upvotes and stayed in hot for 2 days. A transcription of the thread is available below. Title: Have any of you seen your child's soft toy come to life? Posted by user OctopusFan65. Posted on September 12th, 2019. Post comment contents. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination or not, so I just want to make sure. User Annalie2003. Not my child, but a keychain belonging to my boyfriend. I found it on my hospital bed after a motorcycle accident we got into the night of his JC graduation that claimed his life. It was just a little pink bear toy that he attached to his keys, but he loved it like it was his child. SIA. I think at one point I was even jealous of it. I didn't understand why he loved it so much. After his death, I cared so much for it as it was my last memory of him. From what I can see from y'all here, I don't think it was hallucinating. I was hallucinating from grief when I saw it moving and trying to talk to me. It also encouraged me to see his family to cry together, and even shared his own memories of him with me. It actually helped turn a horrible memory to a bittersweet one. Typing this through my tears right now. I hope and I miss you every day, Richard. User Darren B. Yeah, it was a small dove toy that appeared after my daughter's death. I think I said it appeared maybe 30 to 40 minutes after she died, but I only really noticed it when I was at the hospital. Thought I was going crazy till I went to my parents' support group and saw a few others with something similar. I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but based on what I've seen from all y'all's responses, I feared my experience is similar enough to share. User Alice N W1I-76. Yes, that happened after my baby Ronan's death. It was a little plastic fisherman and boat toy we got from a cruise ship, which he played with all the time. He always had a fascination with boats, and since we lived next to a riverbank, he'd go there to play with it almost every day. Our house wasn't too far off from town, but it was far enough that we'd have some privacy. But when a fire broke out, the fire department couldn't locate us in time. A lot of the toy was destroyed during the fire, like all his other stuff. But when I got back from the hospital, it was sitting at the place where his room once was. Undamaged and on top of all the rumble, where I picked it up and I took a closer look, I realized the fisherman was moving and trying to get my attention. I remember dropping out a shot, causing it to shatter, but it fixed itself up before I could register what had happened. I decided to just play along because what else did I have to lose? And as silly as it is, it actually helped me come to terms with his death and slowly move on from it. As for now, it always seemed to be on my side, which is good. I mean, it's on my desk staring at me while I write this out. I don't know what I'd do if I lost it. It's the only thing I have left of Ronan. Following discovery of the thread, user OctopusFan65, real name Dolores Brown, was contacted and brought to Site 85 for an interview. Interview log 6485.1. Interview Dolores Brown, referred to as Miss Brown. Interviewee, Dr. Jonas. Alright. Begin log. Dr. Jonas enters the room with 2 cups of coffee and hands one over to Miss Brown. Dr. Jonas.
Good morning, Mr. Brown. Is there anything else you would like me to get to you?
Miss Brown. Getting ready to you too. No, coffee's fine.
Okay, then. I'm Dr. Jonas, and today I'll be asking you some questions about the thread on Reddit that you posted. All your responses will be completely confidential and will only be shared within my team. So feel free to share frankly. This interview should last about 20 minutes, and if there's any topics you feel uncomfortable discussing, please let me know and we can move on to a different question. Now, before we begin, is there anything you would like to ask?
Miss Brown shakes her head.
To get started, do you remember what you posted last year?
I think so. Are you referring to my post on No Stupid Questions?
Yes.
I see.
How did you know what I was talking about?
It is the only post I have there.
Why did you post it?
I found it moving around and trying to talk to me. I didn't know whether I was hallucinating from my grief or not, so I just decided to post it. Posted it on my throwaway account, as I didn't want relatives to snoop around and find out Octopus Fan was me, because, God, they are fucking insensitive. After I got the answers I was looking for, I just forgot about it until you contacted me about it.
Could you tell me more about what you found? How you found it and what happened after?
I found his octopus on my bed, the day after his death, and when I saw it, I just started crying. I don't really know why. Maybe it was just the memories coming back when I saw it. But I thought I was alone, and I thought I had some privacy, so I vented to the air on how it was unfair. How it was unfair that my son had to go through so much suffering when he was born. How it was unfair that he had to live early. How it was unfair that he was taken so soon from my husband and I. Then I started to remember the memories I had with my boy, my sweet little Justin. Mr. Brown pauses for a few seconds and sighs. Sigh.
It's fine. Take your time.
When I stopped crying, I noticed that the octopus had moved next to me. It was looking at me, and that was when I realized it was moving, and I assumed trying to talk to me. I was terrified, to say the least. After I calmed down, I tried talking to it, and it seemed like it could understand me. I gave it some paper and pencils, and that's how we communicated from then on. I didn't know what to do or who to go to, so I decided to use my alt to ask. No stupid questions.
What did the octopus do to you?
Initially gave me some company by staying with me. I stayed fairly quiet and helped around the house when I creeped in my room. I was still kind of scared of it as, come on, it was alive, but I eventually opened up and it started talking with me more. It tried to give me some advice, but I didn't listen to it at first.
Why didn't you do so?
My husband and I decided to take a break and stay separately after his death to process everything, as I didn't want to burden anybody with my grief. And I'm sure he didn't as well. But as Octopus was so adamant in helping me, I decided to listen to it. I listened when I cried. It listened when I cried, and talked about Justin helped ensure that I look after myself physically. It was also It also tried to get me into some hobbies like animation or guitar, to take my mind off my loss. Eventually, it even encouraged me to meet my husband. And that was when I found out he also had a similar octopus. It was helping him deal with Justin. They even found us a support group of bereaved parents and encouraged us to join their meetings.
I see, and I hope that those suggestions have helped you in some ways. Anyways, how's your experience with the octopus made you feel?
I felt very appreciative as I had someone that I could listen to me vent, even if that someone was a soft toy. Helped me help lift a huge emotional weight off my shoulders. And I felt that if it wasn't for it, my depressive state would have lasted much longer. It also took care of me when I couldn't take care of myself. I ensure my mental and physical well-being is okay, and constantly encouraged me to get back on my feet. And I'm eternally grateful for that. When time goes by and the condolences and sympathies from friends and family slowly lessen as they go back to their own lives, it has stayed with us since then and continuously tried helping us. I have learned to accept his death, and now I have to learn to heal and move on, but fuck, I can't. I still miss him daily. I miss the joy that he brought to me. I miss his giggles. I miss everything. Even though we spent each day like it was his last, I didn't want it to come so soon. Miss Brown starts talking, takes a tissue and wipes her tears. I'd give anything to hear or hold him again, even if it's just for one day. A parent's love for a child is too strong.
I understand that sentiment, and I'm really sorry about the loss of your son. You have my condolences, and I hope you'll be able to heal. Anyways, Miss Brown, that's all I have to ask. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. End log. She was subsequently administered Class A amnestics as well as 2 trackers for her husband's and her 6485 instance. By typing this in, we get the SCP-6485 archived documents.
Oh.
Oh my gosh! And 6485 gets to speak this time.
Oh.
Interview log 6485.1. Interviewed SCP-6485. Interviewer Dr. Jonas. Forward, as SCP-6485 is incapable of producing any vocalizations, it is allowed to write its answers on a whiteboard provided. All future logs, including 6485, will be logged in a similar way. Begin log. Dr. Jonas.
SCP-6485, are you able to understand what I am saying?
SCP-6485 nods its head.
Are you able to communicate through speech?
6485 shakes his head and makes a writing gesture. Silence follows for approximately 30 seconds as Dr. Jones searches for and takes out a whiteboard and marker.
Can you write something on the whiteboard?
Alright.
Can you introduce yourself?
I am Charlie's teddy bear. I was a gift for him on his 3rd birthday, and he loved me so much. We spent so much time together, and he never left home without me. However, as we grew up, he stopped playing with me as much, and he threw me away after leaving to live with his girlfriend.
Are there other instances of you appearing elsewhere?
No, I don't think so.
What did you remember after you manifested?
I remember that after she noticed me in her bedroom, she got a call. I'm assuming that it was to break the news to her, as she fainted after picking it up. When I woke her up, she was muttering about how he couldn't possibly be dead, before she started laughing about how stupid she was for believing the call.
She thought that the call from Dr. Agnes was a lie. Did you try to convince her otherwise?
She was only on the call for half a minute, so I don't think the caller had time to convince her to explain. I tried to do it myself, but she continued to ignore me until you brought her here. So I waited for the news to settle in.
So while you were waiting for her to process the news, what did you do?
Seeing as how I couldn't convince her, I observed her daily routine so I could help her fall back into it before she alters it too much when she is grieving.
What?
I think I'm seeing little particle effects in the document.
Particle effects?
Yeah, little weird dots.
Weird. I don't see it on your screen.
I don't know. I'm seeing weird little white dots going upwards.
Huh.
Oh well.
What exactly are you... Why exactly are you so keen on helping her in the first place?
6485 pauses for a moment and scratches his head. I want to provide physical companionship and lend a listening ear to her, as she has no one else to grieve to. I don't want her to hurt herself or put off any feelings because she has nobody to turn to.
How do you know that she has no one to turn to?
She was living alone in her house and barely went on while I was there, so I assume that she doesn't have anybody to reach out to.
I see. Thank you for your time, SCP-6485.
End log.
I think I just spotted what is going on. I think it's like some variant of a snow animation placed over the file.
Okay, so you see it too. I'm not going crazy.
Yeah.
Interview logs. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna just say I think it's just harder to notice.
Interview log 6485.2. Interviewed Lily Upston, referred to as Miss Upston. Interviewer Dr. Jonas. Begin log. Dr. Jonas.
Good morning, Miss Upston.
Miss Upston. Good morning.
I am Dr. Jonas, Mr. Upston's colleague. Could you tell me more about where you found the teddy bear?
Well, I saw it sitting on my bed after my morning jog. It freaked me out a little, as I remember it could not sit up straight when Charlie had it, and it was thrown away when he moved out.
When did you first notice that something was out of the ordinary?
I got a call from someone who I assumed to be his colleague, telling me that Charlie was dead. I fainted from the shock and woke up on my bed somehow, and that was when I noticed the bear was pressing a wet towel on my face. I freaked out after realizing that I was not imagining things, and I threw it out my window. But when I turned back, it was on my bed. Then I tried running out of the house, but it was on my dining table when I got to the first floor.
Do you recall your conversation with the caller?
How could I forget? It was horrible. I couldn't understand her as she was crying and apologizing over and over before I had the time to prepare. When I finally asked her what had happened, she told me that Charlie was dead. I fainted, and by the time I woke up, She had already hung up on me.
Did you try calling her back?
Miss Upston shakes her head. It was probably a joke, so I just didn't bother.
Dr. Jonas sighs. There's no easy way to explain this.
Huh? What do you mean?
It wasn't a joke. I'm so sorry, Miss Upston, but he is gone.
What? You're lying, right? Why would you say such a thing?
I found his dead body next to Dr. Agnes, the person who called you last week. He was killed when a specimen escaped from our laboratory and broke through one of the walls. Unfortunately, Dr. Upston was standing on the opposite side when it broke free and was killed by it.
No. He isn't dead. Not after he promised to me that he would keep himself safe after his. Miss Upson begins crying. No. He is fine. He is in his office right now, right? Right? Miss Upson stands up and hits the table. Fucking answer me. You people have a lot of fucking nerve to force him to stay back during the Thanksgiving break until the point where he started responding to my calls and didn't visit me even after he told me that he took some time off to return. Dr. Jonas crosses his arms and stares silently at Miss Upston. She pauses for a second before her expression changes to one of realization as she slowly falls back to her chair. Oh my God, Charlie. Charlie, no, Charlie! Miss Upston begins sobbing uncontrollably. Charlie, my poor baby, it can't be. SCP-6485 manifests next to her and begins to rub her back. It then proceeds to look up at Dr. Jonas and shakes his head. Dr. Jonas sighs, stands up, and walks to the camera and turns it off. End log.
Yeah, I agree with the SCP.
Yep. Video log 6485.1. Begin log. The door to Miss Upson's room opens in 6485, and she walks in. She collapses to the floor crying loudly as 6485 closes the door and attempts to console her. Dr. Jonas opens the door slightly and attempts to enter, but 6485 peeks its head out the door and shakes its head before closing the door again. Miss Upston. I'll kill them. I'll fucking kill each and every one who comes starting to die. Why didn't they keep him safe? Why did they let this happen? Miss Upston continues to cry and scream for the next 5 minutes. Dialogue is incomprehensible and unintelligible. Charlie, why? You promised you'd stay with me. Why did you leave Mommy so soon? Why did you let this happen? End log. Notes. Following her interview, Miss Upston became uncooperative with Foundation personnel and has refused to partake in further interviews. All attempts at conversation with her have been deemed ineffective. The following is a video log of a negotiation done between 6485 and Dr. Jonas 2 days after the events of the following interview, log 6485.2. Video log 6485.2. Begin log. Dr. Jonas.
Good evening, SCP-6485. How's Miss Upston doing?
SCP-6485. Terrible. She has been crying non-stop in her bed for the past 2 weeks. I haven't left her side much because I'm afraid of her hurting herself, but I've been managing to get her to sleep more often the past few days. 6485 looks up and notices Dr. Jonas' expression. You don't have to apologize. She was bound to find out sooner or later.
Alright, do you know why I've called you here?
6485 shakes his head.
Miss Upston has been uncooperative to our request over the past 2 weeks, and she has refused to talk to anyone that isn't you. So I'm trying to come up with a compromise to allow us to keep track of her emotional well-being while giving her some time alone to grieve.
Well, that should be expected. She is still trying to understand what happened. It will probably take days, weeks, maybe even months before she's fully able to get a grip on her feelings. Trying to force it out of her will only make things worse. Maybe you could interview me instead, and I could tell you what we've done together.
I thought of that, but I prefer that she herself tell us her genuine feelings, as she could fake it when she is around you. I'm not so sure whether you will be able to read her feelings properly enough to give her a proper summary. However, if you are able to do so, feel free to tell me.
6485 stays silent for a minute before it begins writing its response. Maybe I could still help? How about a weekly checkup? Why don't you give me some questions I can ask? Then you can record our sessions and use that instead of interviews. It doesn't seem like she's in the mood to talk with anyone from your foundation.
Alright then, thank you so much for helping.
You're welcome. See you soon. 6485 wipes his whiteboard, jumps off the chair, and waves at Dr. Jonas. End log. Video logs. Huh?
Sorry.
You're saying something?
Yeah, to be fair, if I was her, I'd probably speak to the Foundation after how badly that guy bungled it.
Yeah. Video log 6485.3. Begin log. The door to Miss Upson's room opens and SCP-6485 walks in with a piece of paper and its whiteboard. She can be seen lying awake on her bed, staring at the wall. Her eyes are noticeably red with rings under her eyelids as well. Her breakfast can be seen untouched and uneaten at the foot of her bed. 6485 walks towards her bed and climbs onto it before shaking her. Good afternoon, Miss Upton. How are you feeling? Miss Upton does not respond. How are you doing today? Miss Upton does not seem to notice 6485 and does not respond. 6485 places his whiteboard down and shakes her, causing her to turn towards it. She rubs her eyes and looks at the whiteboard. I'm fine. Leave me alone, please. Miss Upton attempts to lie down, but is stopped by 6485. What do you want? I just want to know how you're feeling. I told you already. I'm fine. Have you eaten your breakfast yet? It turns to look at the tray of uneaten food, climbs down the bed, and picks up the mug of coffee. It climbs back onto the bed and passes it to Miss Upton. Drink it. Have you showered? Why are you so concerned? Just let me be, alright? No, I won't. I want to know how you're feeling so I can help you. Help? Alright, you can help me by leaving me alone. I told you already, I can't, and I won't do that. I understand if you want to grieve alone, but we cannot just stay here and do nothing. I want to help you cope with the news and help you get better. But I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong. I know that you want to leave this place, but we can't do so unless you cooperate. Fine. I'd do it if I answer your questions will you leave me alone for the rest of the day. Yes. Alright then, go on. 6485 quickly looks at a piece of paper before turning back to Miss Upton. Have you seen a therapist before this? I attended sessions for a month after. Something happened, but I stopped going after. Why is that so? It gets expensive quickly, and I couldn't afford it. Even when I could, I tried my best to go weekly. But given where I was mentally, there were times I couldn't bring myself to go. Despite me trying to force myself to go, I also had to be there for Charlie, so I guess... Miss Upton gestures. I had to put up a front, force myself to be okay, so that you wouldn't worry. Also, he was also dealing with depression because of that same incident. So I had to try to do my best to help him out of that. But now he's gone. Miss Upton stays silent. Do you mind telling me when you first heard the news? I received a call a couple weeks ago from my colleague. She was crying, screaming, I'm sorry. It was just awful. After telling her to calm down, she managed to choke out that he was gone. I got a little lightheaded from the suddenness of the news and fainted. When I woke up, she had hung up already. I heard that you thought that it was a joke. Why would you think it was one? I just didn't want to believe it. I think the suddenness of the call and how I was immediately overwhelmed with her emotions played a part in me not believing it. Did you consider at any point of time between receiving the call to you being brought here that the contents of the call might have been true? I did have a snark gut feeling that slowly got worse the more I I tried to contact him. It got worse when Thanksgiving came and he didn't visit me like he had promised. His girlfriend called me a day before asking if I've seen him, which confused me because I thought he would be with her already. When I tried contacting him, he didn't answer my messages or calls. And that was when I seriously considered that the worst might have happened. Nevertheless, I tried staying positive and tried to convince myself that it was probably held back over the holidays at work. When I was brought here, though, the dread and worry slowly got worse and worse. Even when I was fighting so hard to deny it, it got to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. Ended up letting it all out during my initial interview. I see. Even with that thought that he might be dead, why did you try so hard to deny it? Miss Upson stayed silent for 2 minutes before talking. I don't want to talk about it. It hurts. It fucking hurts so much to think about it. Trying to force myself to think everything was alright. Trying to tell myself he was fine. It just hurts. Okay, we'll move on. Would you have acted any differently during the interview if you believed the call immediately? No. I can't imagine myself believing it so quickly that I would probably have tried everything to deny that. Even if I could, I probably would have let out that pent-up emotion, and would just ended up the same as I am now. Miss Upton stayed silent for another minute before continuing. I'm so sorry, but I really don't know what else to say. Is this good enough? What do you mean? It's just everything just happened so quickly. Like, I just heard news that Charlie died, and now, only a few days later, I am here having a therapy session with a fucking teddy bear that moves and talks. I barely had any time to make sense of my emotions or grieve, and now I have to. Miss Upton gestures. Try and find a way to explain it when I have no clue how to. 6485 places a piece of paper aside. Forget about this. If it helps, why not take this less as a therapy session and more of a safe space where you can try to make more sense of your feelings? Miss Hudson stays silent for several minutes. Just as 6485 begins to write, she speaks up. You know, it's just so unfair. Just when things were looking up for him, Miss Hudson shakes her head as her voice cracks. Passed away. Why him? He had such a bright future ahead of him. Why couldn't it have been me instead? I had the good life already. Why are you saying that? Don't you have anybody back there? Your husband, maybe? Miss Hudson stays silent as 6485 quickly erases his response. I was really excited to meet him again, you know? When I heard that he was offered an internship here, I was so happy for him. I was so excited to hear about the things he had done, all the people he met, and all the friends he made. I even brought the ingredients for that special mac and cheese he loves so much. Like, finally, after half a year of only meeting him through Skype or through calls, I could see him again face to face. I didn't think that he would pass away so soon. Now I just wish that I could see him again and tell him how much I loved him and how I'm so proud of him. I want to hear his voice again, telling me stories of what he has done with his friends, hearing him gush over his girlfriend, or hear him say, I love you, Mom, again. I miss him so much. I don't know. I guess that's how I really feel. I'm not sure if that's good enough, but that's what I can make out of the moment. That's fine. It's okay. We've made some progress, and that's what matters. Any progress is good progress, and we can always take it one day at a time. Go get some rest, okay? Alright. End log. Video log 6485.4. Begin log. SCP-6485 enters Miss Upson's room with a tray of food. It sets the tray down next to her bed, climbs on top of her, and begins shaking her. Miss Upson groans and turns around, grabs 6485, and throws it at the wall. She proceeds to cover herself with the blanket as 6485 climbs onto the bed again and sits down next to her. After 10 minutes, 6485 shakes her back again and she sits up. What do you want? 6485 gestures at the tray and she picks it up. She stares at the food as 6485 grabs the whiteboard and begins writing. Good morning. You didn't seem to be eating as much lately, so I went ahead and made some breakfast for you. Miss Upson picks up a cup from the tray and sips it. How do you know that I like this type of coffee? Lucky guess, I suppose. Once you're done, you should really go and shower. Our next therapy session starts in an hour. Miss Upson sighs, sets the tray down on the bedside table, throws a blanket over herself. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like attending the sessions anymore. What? I can't do that. It's already been confirmed that you would be attending therapy sessions with me. You can't stop now. I can't. I don't feel comfortable talking about Charlie anymore. 6485 climbs onto the bed and sits down next to Miss Upton. Why is that so? Well, I don't really like how everything has to be recorded, I guess. Like, I don't feel like I get the confidentiality of a normal therapy session. And I don't feel comfortable sharing much with Dr. Jonas. If you don't feel comfortable sharing information with him, why don't you share with me? I don't think that you're the best, no offense. But I just don't think you're shared much common experiences of Charlie with me. Of course I haven't, but that doesn't mean that you can't share them with me. 6485 reaches behind his back and pulls out a photograph and hands it over to Miss Upton before it resumes writing. Could you tell me about this picture? How did you get this picture? What do you mean? This picture was destroyed during the fire a few years ago. Where did you get this from? I'm not so sure. It just appeared when I reached behind my back. Could you tell me more about what's in this picture? This was taken during his first birthday. It was just so amazing. I was so happy and I guess relieved. Like I managed to make it past the first year of parenthood without much difficulty. It was just so surprising how quickly he turned 1. How about this one? Who is she? 6485 passes another picture to Miss Upton and points at a girl in it. Oh, she's his girlfriend, Asuka. They grew up together, so they were close. They managed to stay in contact after I moved and started dating soon after. 6485 nods and reaches for another picture. What about him? Miss Upton looks at the picture from 6485. That would be his best friend. They met in kindergarten and managed to end up in the same schools together. So they were also very close. Mrs. Upton pauses. Oh no, how do I tell them he's gone? They've got to be so worried. I think that there may be similar versions of me showing up to inform them of his death. Similar versions? I overheard an interview between that Jonas guy from earlier and someone else and she mentioned that her husband and she had something similar to show up after their child's death. There could be a chance that a similar version of me manifests after his passing to inform them of it. Oh. I'm curious. With you talking about how Charlie met his best friend and girlfriend, how did you meet your husband? Oh, me? I met him as a client for project work. After everything was complete, we continued to talk and meet up and we ended up getting together. A couple months later, the rest was pretty much history. Miss Upton stays silent with a small smile on her face. I fell in love, and when Charlie was born, I fell in love again. It was the happiest 19 years of my life. Wasn't Charlie 21 when he passed? Why did he say 19 only? Oh no. Miss Epstein looks away and stays silent. 6485 quickly erases its response and takes out another picture. What about this picture? Miss Epstein receives the picture from 6485 and begins tearing up when she looks at it. 6485 quickly places a hand in hers as she covers her mouth and starts sobbing. After 3 minutes, Miss Epstein composes herself and turns to 6485. This is a picture of my husband and Charlie. We looked so happy back then. 6485 passes a box of tissues to Miss Upston. This was taken during his college graduation. It was one of the happiest days of my life. I was so proud of him. I'd give anything to spend a day with him again. I miss him so much. If only I told him not to go to that party. If only I told him not to accept the job offer here. Maybe they wouldn't be gone. Maybe I won't be here. Miss Upston starts crying again. After his father's death, he promised me he'd never leave me. Now it's this one promise I hoped he'd never break, but Miss Upston sobs as 6485 puts down the photographs and hugs her. I'm sorry, I need some space. Could you tell one of the people here that I won't be gone for today's session? 6485 nods and leaves the room. Miss Upston sobs silently as she shifts through the photograph. She looks at the graduation picture and touches Dr. Upston's face. She then hugs a stack of pictures as she continues to cry. After nearly 30 minutes, she lies back down on the bed and covers herself with the blanket. She proceeds to cry herself to sleep. 6485 returns to Miss Upston's room, notices her lying down on the bed. It walks towards her and climbs onto her bed. It gently shakes her for a few seconds before stopping and sits down against her. End log. Video log 6485.5. Begin log. The door to Mrs. Upston's room opens and 6485 walks in. She can be seen sleeping on her bed, her breakfast untouched and uneaten at the foot of the bed. It climbs onto her bed and gently shakes her. Miss Upston wakes up, notices 6485, and rubs her eyes. What do you want now? I'm worried for you. You haven't been eating a lot, and everyone's been concerned since you haven't talked much with anyone else. Well, you can tell them to stop worrying. I'm fine. Yeah. So don't worry about me, alright? Just leave me alone. I'll figure things out by myself, okay? I can't do that. I've already done so for 2 weeks, and you haven't shown any signs of improvement at all. Please, just let me help you, alright? 6485 attempts to reach out to Miss Upston, but is pushed away from her. Help? What do you mean, help? You haven't done anything ever since you came into my life, so what makes you say any different? When I want time to myself so I can grieve alone, you barge into my personal space. When I talked to you about Charlie, you never offered me any word of advice, form of consolation, or help. Even when you try helping, make things much worse. When you showed me those photos, it made me feel even worse because it reminds me they're gone. Silence for a moment. It gave me the reminder that they've never come back. That I'll never see him again. Whenever I look at the pictures you gave me, it just hurts. It's tough to think of what could have been. All the possibilities of the future I could have had if they weren't taken from me so soon. I'm so sorry for lashing out. It's just, I can't deal with this pain anymore. What are you saying? It's okay. We can stop here, right? Just let me go. I have no one to live for anyways. I just want to see them again. No, I can't let you do that. We made some progress already. You can't just give up now. Miss Upson ignores 6485, lies back down and throws the blanket over herself. Please, just leave me alone, okay? End log. Video log 6485.6. Begin log. The door to Miss Upston's room opens and 6485 walks in. She can be seen sleeping on the bed, and as it walks towards her bed with its whiteboard, it climbs up her bed and shakes her awake. Was this how Charlie felt last time? What do you want? Someone has requested me to let her see you. She's waiting outside right now. Would you like her to enter? Mrs. Upston stares suspiciously at 6485, causing it to quickly write something else. She's a friend of Charlie's who wants to speak with you. Miss Upston's expression softens and she nods hesitantly. 6485 quickly jumps off the bed and leaves her room. A moment passes, and 6485 walks back in again alongside junior researcher Lilith Agnes. Dr. Agnes walks towards Miss Upston as 6485 pulls a chair over to the bed. 6485 nudges her prompting her to continue. Hi, Miss Upton. I'm Miss Agnes, one of Charlie's friends and colleagues. I wanted to meet you today. How did you two meet? Huh? How did you and Charlie meet? Oh, Dr. Agnes sits down. Well, we were good together for orientation, and while he was really nice, I didn't want to get too close to him because I thought we'd never see each other again. But we just kept getting paired together for projects, and slowly we got to know more about each other and become friends. I think that us having similar jobs also helped us get grouped together more often. Well, what was some of the work he did? I think I remember he said something about him being a psychiatrist. But when I asked him to elaborate, I think he said he couldn't say too much. Kind of surprised me because he studied biology, if I remember correctly, but he ended up working as something completely different. So could you tell me more about it? Alright. Let's see. If I remember correctly, he was supposed to be assigned to the biology department after orientation. One of the psychiatrists was reassigned to a different branch just before that and needed a volunteer to fill in for the time being. Charlie volunteered for it, and after his first session, his performance was impressive enough that he was recommended to change departments. He didn't want to originally, but I think I told him to just go for it. It took a little more persuasion, but he eventually agreed. It was the right choice because he turned out to be really, really amazing. He was just so compassionate and wouldn't help out those who asked. He also took the time to learn about each and every one of his clients so he could connect with them better. As our work involves bringing... Dr. Agnes hesitates. People with interest and keeping them here. And due to how often unexpected things happen every day, it puts a great deal of stress on everyone. And around the beginning of our internship, this branch was going through some financial issues, which added to that stress as well. Still, he always put on a smile and encourages all of us, and that positivity also caused Dr. Agnes gestures, a gradual uplift in the mood around here, I'd say. I've seen some colleagues who had that air of sadness or stress being able to relax when they were around Charlie. Colleagues who were inspired by his helpfulness and positivity and changed themselves for the better. So when Dr. Agnes pauses, died, it just came to a huge shock to everyone. I'm not sure if you ever noticed, but he has changed so many lives and helped so many people. His care and compassion really shined through, and he really gave a lot to us and expected really little in return. That was probably why I started liking him. You liked him? I crushed hard on Charlie when I first met him. I don't know what it was about him that made me fall in love with him, but I really, really liked him. I thought that it was infatuation that after meeting during orientation, I'd get over it and move on. But with how often we met and talked, that was when I realized I actually developed a crush on him. I tried to suppress my feelings as I knew he had a girlfriend, but I decided that I should just tell him. So I told him to follow me to my office so I can confess. But I just thought it would have been better to do that in private instead of doing so in like the canteen. The sick and selfish part of me thought that this was like some anime that if I confessed, He would actually love me back, but that selfishness was what got him killed. Dr. Agnes starts crying. I loved him. Miss Upston, I loved him, and now I have to live with the fact that he's dead because of me. I see him there every night when I close my eyes. His body lying there in the hallway. If I didn't ask him to come to my office that day, maybe he would have lived, so don't blame the Foundation. Blame me. Miss Upston leans in and hugs Dr. Agnes. The two women cry. Miss Upston attempts to console Dr. Agnes. I'm so sorry. I caused him to die. Hey, don't blame yourself. Miss Upston hesitates and reconsiders. It's nobody's fault he's dead, alright? I've heard what you said after you heard the news. It's been eating me up inside. When I heard what you said about the Foundation, knowing that I caused all this pain and grief to you, and everyone else having to be the ones to take the blame for it, I just couldn't live myself knowing he's dead because of me. If I just waited or confessed at literally any other time before that. Miss Upson stays silent for a minute before speaking. My dear husband's Charlie's dad went to a client's party after he secured a huge business deal with them. It was perfect as well. It's granted us enough money for all three of us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Thing was, before he accepted the invite to the party, he asked me if I was planning on doing anything that night, and I told him no. So he went off to celebrate, and he partied till the very early hours in the morning. Thing was, his client's house was a bit far from our town, kind of a high up in the mountains. While he wasn't drunk, he must have thought that since it was kind of late, there wouldn't be anyone else on that road, and so he went pretty fast. What he didn't know was that there was a bit of a thunderstorm that happened during the party, and his car slipped. It plummeted a few hundred feet off the side of the mountain and crashed. And he died. Well, I hope he died instantly. After what happened, I shared a similar sentiment to you, with all the what-ifs and the thoughts of what would have happened if I said something different. He's a family guy. He always puts us above everyone else. So if I told him I was planning on making dinner or eating out, he would have agreed to do so as well. So if I had said something different back then, he probably would have lived. That regret, that guilt of knowing that if I'd said something else, he wouldn't be dead. And then I learned that Charlie's dead as well, while I'm still trying to heal from my husband's death. It just hurts so much. So please, don't blame yourself for what I said. It was me lashing out at that time, okay? I wasn't thinking straight when I said that, okay? I just don't know how to feel at that time, and I choose to blame everyone. I thought that the people here in your branch just didn't care about Charlie when he died. But now after hearing it from you, someone who is close to and a friend of him, hearing how much he helped out all of you, I realized I was wrong. Miss Upson looks into Dr. Agnes's eyes. It is something I also had to come to terms with as well. That it is no one's fault for Charlie's death. I'm so sorry I've made you feel this way for so long. Please don't worry about how I feel. I forgive you. Dr. Agnes bursts into sobs and hugs Miss Upston again, crying and apologizing as Miss Upston pats her back and whispers words of forgiveness. To be honest, I'm still figuring out my feelings on my own, and I don't know how it's going to be from this point forward. Turns her head towards SCP-6485. But I know there's someone to help and guide me through this process. Make it easier to grieve and come to terms with it. But I don't think that there will be people as lucky as me to have some sort of support group to deal with it. That's why I want to pay it forward and give you that shoulder to cry on if you need it. Dr. Agnes tearfully nods. If I may ask, how was he like? Oh, he was really nice. A real sweetheart. He was such a beacon of positivity. It was a real refresher for all of us, because working here is quite stressful. He goes out of his way to help anyone who has any trouble. He was very easy to open up to. Like I said, he helps out so many people here. And even though It was his job to do so. I could tell that he truly had a care for each and every one of the people he's worked with. He was friends with everyone here, but for me, he was my only friend, which was why I was so close to him. I'm not sure if he did this intentionally or not, but I think he did, as he would spend more time with me than his other friends here. Just talking with me after work, eating our meals together, or helping me with work when I needed it the most. I think these little interactions were what caused us to grow closer when he was working here. Last 15 minutes of the conversation has been declared irrelevant. The state extended transcript submit request to site director Light. End log. Video log 6485.7. The first 5 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. State extended transcript submit a request to site director Light. Begin log. SCP-6485. So, have you thought about what you're going to do? Miss Upston. I want to try to move on. I thought about it after meeting with Miss Agnes, and I feel like I have to, right? I have to pull myself together, not only for my sake, but for Charlie. I don't think he would like to see me what I've become. I see, but don't feel pressure to move on just because you think someone else wants you to. If you don't feel ready to move on just yet, I'll wait for you. But to be sure, are you ready to start? No. After what you said, I don't think I spent enough time grieving. And I feel like if I moved on too quickly, that feeling may still linger within me and engulf me when I'm not expecting it. I also not ready to move on from someone who I've raised for 20 years of my life in just like 2-3 months. I see. I understand if you don't want to move on so quickly. As I said, it's fine. We can take it one day at a time. But what is grief if not love preserving? At the end of the day, the reason why you're grieving is because of the love you have for Charlie. It reminds you that you've loved, and you'll always continue to love him. It's easy to feel astray after you lost someone so close to you, especially since you've already lost your husband recently. But I'm here to help point you in the right direction and guide you on the road to recovery. I see. I guess there's a part of me that does want to try to move on. But I don't want to just ignore and tune out the negative feelings inside of me. I don't know what regret's been eating me up inside. And the more I think about it, the worse I feel. What do you mean? I really regret not spending enough time with Charlie. It's something I felt after his father's death, but I still thought we would have much more time. I shouldn't have shunned him so long. I know he was really affected by the suddenness of what happened, and I should have helped and supported him through it. I wish I could have brought him out for dinner and sit down and have a nice talk with him, or go out with him. I heard a place we used to go to with his father as someone new, but Mrs. Upson's voice cracks. I can't anymore. It's hard to swallow the fact that I'll never be able to spend another birthday with him, another Christmas, or another New Year's. That I'll never be able to see him or get married or start a family. But I don't want to dwell on what could have been, and instead focus on what he has done already. I just hope wherever he is, his father will be there to accompany him, and when my time comes, I'll be able to see them again. Miss Upson pauses. I'm sorry if I'm being too negative, but I miss them a lot. I couldn't stop thinking about them after I saw that photo. That just reminded me of how... Miss Upson hesitates. How the people I've loved are gone now. It's okay. I'm here for you, and I promise I'll continue to be here for you every step of the way. 6485 sits down its whiteboard and sits next to Miss Upson as she cries. End log. Audio log 6485.1. Forward, the following audio log was recorded after Miss Upson requests to see Dr. Jonas. The first 10 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. See the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Light. Begin log. Miss Upston. Can I ask a question? Dr. Jonas. Go ahead. Have you met my son? What was he like?
Oh, Charlie. I'm sorry to say, but I only met him a couple of times when he was working here. However, with the minimal interactions, I could tell that he was very friendly, an optimistic person. Even in his line of work, I've heard a lot of good things from coworkers of his about how he was super friendly and helpful to others here. How he was very easy to open up to, and how he was really ambitious and bright.
Oh, thank you. That's that's really nice to hear. I'm quite relieved that he was still a nice gentleman when he was working here, and it seems to have a common impression that everyone shares. It gives me some assurance that I know we raised him well. I wanted to ask this as well, but kept forgetting. What happened to his body?
We held a private funeral for him. It's something our bridge does for colleagues who have passed on, and to help honor their memory and remember the contributions. We usually send their bodies back to their families afterwards for them to organize their funerals, the way they see fit. But during our initial visit to your house, because of your teddy bear and how you reacted to the initial interview, then would have burdened you with the weight and emotion of reading that warning.
So where is his body now? What did you do to it?
We ended up deciding that the burial would be more appropriate. He's currently buried in your hometown's cemetery. Southvale Cemetery, is that correct?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for really taking into consideration my mental state when deciding on what to do. I'm really sorry I inconvenience you like this.
No worries. It's the least we could do for the bright mind who left us so early.
So what about his belongings? What happened to them?
They're currently in storage, but I feel like we can give them back to you tomorrow.
Yes, please. I think that it might help me find some closure by looking through his things.
End log.
Video log 6485.8. First 5 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. To see the extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Light. Begin log 6485. What would you like to go through today? Miss Upston. A co-worker of Chatty's gave me some boxes of his personal belongings, so I picked one and was thinking that we could go through this today. I didn't really help much when he was packing to stay here, so I thought it would be interesting what he brought. Alright. 6485 climbs into the box and takes out several photo frames. It seemingly hesitates before passing them to Miss Upston. She looks through the pictures and smiles. That's where the graduation photo went. I know you can make one, but it's kind of surreal looking at the original photograph. Oh, and this picture of him and Asuka at Disney. Turns to look at 6485. He's quite a sentimental boy, something his father taught him since young. Ever since we lost our photos to the house fire, he's got into the taking Polaroids and taking small tokens as memories. I'm glad to see he's managed to bring a couple here. Miss Upton looks at a picture of researcher Charlie, taken during orientation, and smiles. Wow, he looks so smart. He kind of looks like his dad here. Was this really 6 months ago? Miss Upton sets the picture frame down onto the bed, and 6485 takes a small wooden horse out. It passes it to her, and she looks at it in wonder. What's that? Oh my god. I didn't know you still had this. She turns to look at 6485. This was a horse that his dad sculpted for him as part of his zoo toy set for his 6th birthday. He liked this one the most. His dad always told him that horses represented resilience and strength, and it became some sort of charm that he would carry about. I thought he threw it out when he moved in with his girlfriend, but I guess not. Are there any other animals in the set here? Miss Upson looks at the box as 6485 takes several Polaroid pictures out and passes them to her. Oh, speaking of Polaroids. Silence as Miss Upson reads the captions. These must be his friends here. Orientation 2020. Oh, there's Mr. Jonas, and that's Miss Agnes. Miss Upton sifts through the other pictures. Yeah, she appears in most in all these photos. It seems like this is a weekly thing. Miss Upton digs through a box and takes out every Polaroid she can see, then sorts through them until she finds the most recent picture. She looks at it and smiles sadly. So this is how Charlie looked like before he passed. One last picture before Thanksgiving. He looks so happy with his friends. She gathers and quickly organizes the photos before gently moving them to the side. She then takes the journal out and flips it open to a random page. What does it say? Let's see. There are quite a few sketches of circles and to-do list here. Miss Upson flips through the pages until she finds an entry. Ah, alright. It finally arrived. I'm not sure how it managed to make it past foundation checks. But that's fine, it's arrived in one piece. It cost me quite a bit of money to get this made. But thankfully working here pays well. And I hope Asuka enjoys this gift as much as I enjoyed making it. Can't wait to see her reaction to this when I go back for Thanksgiving. I can't wait to surprise my mom with the news as well. I don't really write my feelings down like this. But I'm just so excited I can't share this with anyone else because I want this to be a surprise. Any clue as to what the item might be? Flipping through the journal. Nope, it seems this is more about his work than his personal life. Passes the journal to 6485. Maybe you'd know. No, not a clue. Is there anything else? Miss Upson looks back into the box. No, I don't think so. Most of the items here look like stuff from when he was working here, so I don't think I am well versed enough to touch them. I'll probably ask Dr. Jones for a little more context if I see him again. Alright, how was it looking through Charlie's old stuff? Oh, it was quite nice. I mean, I managed to find things that I thought were long gone. And it kind of helped me revisit the memories associated with some of the belongings here. I also learned more about Charlie when he was working here, and I'm happy he hasn't changed from his usual happy self. That's really great to hear. The next 35 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. To see extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Light. I'll probably get to the rest of the other boxes at a later date. I don't know if it's good to go through all of it at once today. Alright, don't hesitate to tell me so we can do it together. Miss Usson nods as she begins packing away the items. She just places the journal into the box. 6485 stops her. What's that? Huh? SCP-6485 points to a small red box at the bottom of the box of belongings. Miss Upson picks it up and opens it to reveal a ring. She gets and starts crying as she drops the ring box, causing 6485 to jump and catch it. 6485 opens the ring box and takes the ring out as Miss Upson continues crying with a smile on her face. End log. Audio log 6485.2. Forward, the following audio log was recorded a day before Miss Upson's release from Site 85. First 15 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. See extended transcript. Submit a request to Site Director Light. Begin log. Dr. Jonas. Before we release you tomorrow, we need to give some important reminders. Firstly, I must instruct you to keep your expenses here over the last 2 months a secret. Our organization is doing its best to maintain its field of secrecy from the general public. So I can't stress enough how important it is that you not share these encounters with them. I understand. This also goes for the teddy bear. I must ask you to hide it away from the public and inform us if you are taking it outside. If anybody sees it moving, appearing, or disappearing, inform us immediately. Miss Upson nods. Secondly, you want to submit weekly reports of the teddy bear to me. Just tell me if there have been any behavioral changes you observed, as well as a summary of what you two did together, like places you visited, what activities you did together, etc. Do you understand? Yes, how long do I have to do this for? Actually, you have to do this for 3 months so that you can see how it goes. Okay. Thirdly, several members of our organization will also be moving into the neighborhood around a month from now, and will be watching over you in case anything goes wrong. If you have any questions or anything else to report that I didn't mention, you can also contact one of them after you've just talked. Alright, last 10 minutes of conversation have been declared irrelevant. See extended transcript, submit a request to Site Director Light, and log. Following is the Sheriff Site 85, Miss Upson have been tasked with sending weekly reports of the SCP-6485's behavior to Dr. Jonas. Oh my gosh, there's even more. Alright. Oh, it doesn't.
Oh,
It doesn't look like there's much because the bar doesn't go very far up.
okay.
Right. To senior researcher Nicholas Jonas. From Miss Lily Epson. Subject Weekly Report, January 22nd, 2021. Good afternoon, Mr. Jonas. When we got home, I realized that the teddy bear had stopped teleporting to my immediate location when I leave it on its own. I did a little test of my own when I placed the bear inside my bedroom of the house, and it didn't follow me. Like what you emphasized about keeping everything I experienced a secret, I want some curtains immediately after so it wouldn't be caught moving around. Seems that while it does still help out with the chores and continues to try to help me, its help is slowly decreasing as I slowly get back to my own 2 feet. It still provides me company when I'm eating and when I'm sleeping now. However, something major also happened this morning. When I went to the supermarket to buy some food for myself, I just started to cry. I'm not sure whether it is me realizing I'd never be able to cook for him anymore, or what. When I did so, the teddy bear immediately appeared in front of me and began to comfort me. I'm sure there were few witnesses following its appearance, so I rushed home as quick as I could to send this to you. Sorry in advance for any inconvenience caused. Sincerely, Lily Epson. Notes: all secondhand witnesses have been traced down and treated as per the procedures specified in special containment procedures above. To Senior Researcher Nicholas Jonas. From Miss Lily Epson. Subject Weekly Reports, January 31st, 2021. Good evening, Mr. Jonas. I recently met up with his girlfriend and his best friend following some advice from the teddy bear. We talked about Charlie and what he meant to us, and I gave the ring Charlie got to his girlfriend. That was also when I learned they had a similar teddy bears we had informed them about, and were also helping them cope with his death. There aren't any major changes in his behavior since my last report. It still provides company and is constantly checking up on me. It also comforted me after I cried again following my visits to his girlfriends and best friends. Sincerely, Billy Epstein. Notes: following this weekly report, the further information provided by Miss Epstein tracker chips and instructions have been mailed out to them. To Senior Researcher Nicholas Jonas from Miss Lily Epstein. Subject Weekly Report, June 2nd, 2021. Good evening, Mr. Jonas. I finally decided to go through some of the other boxes of Charlie's stuff with the teddy bear. There were a lot of his personal belongings in them, just his clothes and books he brought for his stay at your site. One of the boxes also contained a few more work journals, which were filled with notes on his clients, which I looked through for some light reading. Wow, I can't really say I understand much of what is in it. I could see that he was really dedicated to his research and detail-oriented to help out his clients. I also read some letters left for him by his colleagues. It was quite bittersweet seeing how much he's affected them and how he could have done more. It has also been doing its hardest to help me fall back to my regular routine after my discharge. While it's safer for me to do this quickly, I've been trying my best to follow its advice and slowly readjust my life. There aren't any major changes in behavior that I've observed since my last report. Sincerely, Lily Epstein. To Senior Researcher Nicholas Jonas from Lily Epstein. Subject Weekly Report, November 14th, 2021. No, not November 14th. February 14th, 2021. Oh wait, then that means the previous date was not June. It was February 7th. Sorry. Alright. Good evening, Mr. Jonas. I finally visited Charlie's grave today. It was fairly quiet cemetery, with only the teddy bear accompanying me. It was nice to see his grave covered in flowers and cards. That gives me some assurance that he had met a lot of wonderful people when he was still alive. The hole in my heart left by Charlie is still there, and while it can heal over time, it will never go back to how it was originally. The innocence will still be there. I really miss him. There's nothing about the teddy bear's behavior that's changed since last week, but I realize we have grown a lot closer following my release. I've also decided to name a teddy bear after him. Sincerely, Lily Upston. And that's it.
That is a bittersweet SCP. It helps people, but those people are basically very depressed people.
Yeah. Alright. Are you ready for the thumbnail, Jerry?
I'm kind of concerned. It was such a wonderful SCP.
Oh, god damn
And I
it.
just have this. What?
I saw the thumbnail when I put it on stream.
I have such a bad feeling that they're just going to fuck everything up. Oh, yeah,
You remember that
I'm
character?
sorry, nobody has like a special memento stuffed toy looking like that.
Yeah, do you remember that character, Jerry? It's when we did that Roblox map.
I know. It's not a childhood toy.
Yeah, and it was
That's a
also a
horror
dangerous
game character.
entity, too.
Yeah.
So yeah, Thor. Let's see.
I hope that my instincts are wrong and they will be respectful of an SCP that concerns mourning and death and loss.
They're probably gonna see Keter and think, deadly. And they did keep the license. So you ready?
Yeah.
Alright. Make sure the volume is good. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
The prognosis was poor. The child had been in and out of the hospital for months now. The disease had ravished her immune system. The doctors were at a loss. They checked over the files and the monitoring equipment. Her heart rate was slowing down. He turned to the child's mother.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lawson, but there isn't anything else we can do for your daughter, except to make her comfortable.
No, please, doctor. Surely there's something else. A new treatment, an experimental procedure.
I'll leave you two alone.
He left the room. The little girl gave a weak smile, her favorite Rainbow Friends plushie in her arms.
Hug him tight. He's gonna keep you company until you're all better.
The little girl nodded her head.
Mommy's going to be right here the whole time. I'm never going to leave your side. So you just close your eyes and dream. When you wake up, everything will be a little brighter and better.
The girl smiled and fell asleep.
Oh my
watching her
god.
favorite Roblox streamer. The woman awoke to see the doctor pulling the sheets over her daughter.
What are you doing?
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Lawson. She passed away during the night. If it's any comfort, she didn't feel any pain.
What? It can't be. I just spoke to her.
I'll give you a moment. A nurse will be in shortly to talk to you. Once again, my condolences.
She walked over to the bed, her hands trembling, and sat down by her daughter's side. How could this have happened? How could life be so cruel and unfair? She looked at the toy by her daughter's side. And you? What good were you in the end? What comfort did you provide? She grabbed the toy and ripped its head off
What the
before
fuck?
throwing it in the garbage.
Uh,
She drove back
That's
home, her
unrealistic
mind
and tone
flooded
deaf.
with
What was that?
That's unrealistic and tone deaf.
Yeah.
what ifs, and had she done everything possible for her daughter? She still couldn't believe she was gone. Just a few months ago, she'd have
Oh
been
my
sitting
God.
in the back seat happily singing or playing with her toys. The car swerved. She pulled to the side of the road and looked into the back seat, but there was nothing there. Was her mind playing tricks on her?
Oh my
She could have
god.
sworn she saw that blasted toy in the back seat. She calmed herself down and continued the drive home. What a terrible day it had been. The worst of her life. She walked through the hallway, dropping her keys in the basket. She caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. No, it couldn't be. She quickly looked back, but there was nothing in the reflection. It's just a stress, she told herself. She sat the boxes down in the kitchen and lit the fireplace. She couldn't even think about food right now. She just wanted to curl up under the covers and cry herself to sleep. She made herself a cup of tea and hid it to bed.
Unrealistic.
At least the warm tea was somewhat soothing. She felt sleep coming over her. She had hardly slept the night before and was burnt out from the events and stress of the past months. She hoped she would be able to escape her sadness for at least a few hours in her dreams. She turned off the light and tried to sleep. She looked at the bedside clock. 3 a.m. She had an odd feeling, like something was watching her. The room felt cold. She didn't feel like she was alone. She slowly looked up at the foot of the bed. A shadow was watching her.
Who is that? Who are you?
It stepped forward into the light. That cursed rainbow friend. It was back.
Get out!
She yelled as she grabbed it and ran down the stairs into the living room. She tossed it into the fire.
And stay dead, whatever you are.
As it burnt, she paused for a moment to catch her breath. Had she not thrown it away at the hospital? Did her daughter have more than one? No. She was sure of it. She took a deep breath and headed back up to her bedroom. She pushed the door open. Her breath caught in her throat. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas, one and all! What better way to spend Christmas than finding a killer? Hunt a Killer's Christmas promotion is now on. Imagine Christmas Eve, the whole family gathered around.
You sure you don't want to just hop in the van?
Nah, could use the fresh air.
Try not to lose that one.
I didn't lose anything. It was stolen.
Just try not to crash it, alright? Those things don't come cheap.
Yes, Dad.
Attaboy, sport. So you said it started appearing after your daughter passed?
Yes. First I thought I saw it in the backseat of the car.
Oh my
In the
God.
hallway. But I wasn't sure.
But later that night?
It was in the bedroom. I threw it in the fire. But when I came back to the bedroom, it was sitting in the bed.
And where is it now?
I stayed down here, so I guess it's still in the bedroom. I hear it knocking on the doors every so often.
Okay, we'll go have a look.
You ready?
For Chucky? Heck no. I've had enough cursed Annabelle experiences to know we should have a priest or something with us.
What the
Well,
fuck?
there isn't. It's just you and me. Now open the
I
door.
called it, Jerry.
You and me, eh? Hey, Chen, you
I hate
open
it,
the
thank
door. Sure don't sound like a you and me job.
Well, you just...
Okay. He slowly pushed the door open. Sitting on the bed was the toy.
Hi.
The doll waved back.
We're not here to hurt you. What are you?
It tilted its head to the side. Are you dangerous? The doll made a cross in front of it.
See? What I tell you? Harmless.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
Oh my
Oh
God.
God, what is it? Is it possessed?
We'll take it back for further investigation, but it doesn't appear to be hostile.
Then why is it tormenting me? Following me everywhere I go?
We'll try to find some answers, but for now, please try to get some rest. See you back at HQ.
Radio. Chen took off on his bike, the van following closely behind.
So, can you talk?
The doll looked at Klaus and vanished before his eyes.
What the?
The driver turned to look back as the cage fell from the table. The van swerved out of control, clipping Chen's bike and sending him sprawling to the ground.
Chen?
Okay,
What happened?
Bike accident.
Oh no. How bad is it?
There's a bit of swelling in the brain, so he's in an induced coma.
Why have you brought him to me?
I've heard anecdotal evidence that talking to a person in a coma can help bring them back. Who better to enter a person's mind but you?
Well, he is an oaf and a fool, but he's our oaf and fool. Let me see.
what the fuck?
The streets were dark and wet. Neon signs lit up above.
Oh
boy
my god.
walked through the streets, seemingly without purpose. He bumped into a man, and within a second,
Huh?
I just want it paused in an area with a lot of things. I was going to use a translator app to see if they put real words or nonsense.
Oh. Right there?
Yep.
I think they're just using this anomaly to get backstory to Chen.
It's nonsensical words. You see the word with that's in purple in the circle?
Yeah.
That says cat. The words under it says, when the water is full, it overflows.
What?
The red one next to it says, wandering around the world. The one above that says, can't put it down. The two purple ones in the square says, drunk, got it. The red square one at the far right says, practice makes perfect.
Oh my god. Alright, we ready to continue?
And the tiny one in the red box says, tomorrow.
Oh. Ready to continue?
Yeah. Man, they're fucking racist. Also, it's all in Chinese at least.
Yeah.
above. The boy walked through the streets, seemingly without purpose. He bumped into a man, and within a second he had a knife at the man's throat, his other hand open. The man gave him all his money before the boy let him go. He counted the money. It wasn't much, but it should be enough to satisfy the bosses. As he got older, he graduated from pickpocketing and petty theft to more serious crimes. To become a full-fledged member of the Triad, he'd have to take a life. They sat him down and tattooed the mark of the Triad onto his arm. All that was left now was to perform the kill. The man had taken a loan from the Triad, but hadn't been able to pay it back. They wanted to send a message that they were not a force to be trifled with. Chen held the gun in his hands, considering what had to be done. The men around him pointed at the man, urging him to make the kill. He looked nervously at the people in the room, and then to the gun in his hands. He slowly raised the pistol. A shot rang out, and the man lay dead at his feet.
Wow.
What is it? What did you see?
I'm not sure. Are you sure he was properly amnesticized?
Of course, I did it myself.
He has his memories, all the way back to his childhood in Hong Kong.
That's not possible.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
Maybe they're subconscious, like echoes of a memory.
Perhaps, but enough of this. I think he's starting to come to.
I'll get him to rehab. Thanks, Pythia. Thank you for joining me, Mrs. Lawson. Has the doll been visiting you?
All the time, from the moment you left.
And has it been hostile or shown any signs of violence?
Oh, no. We had it all wrong from the start. It doesn't want to hurt anybody. It wants to heal.
The toy suddenly jumped up onto the table.
No!
It can do that, just appear and disappear at will. It took the shape of her favorite toy, I guess, to appeal to me. It's been cleaning up the house, cooking me food, and helping me understand my feelings. Almost like a therapist, you could say.
It speaks?
Well, no, but it can draw and spell just fine. Also made me these pictures. I haven't seen them in years, in fact. I know some of them were lost years ago.
And are you feeling better?
Slowly, yes. It's been helping me slowly heal. It's a blessing.
Well, then that's about it, really. Please try to keep it away from the public, and report any events or problems to us immediately. We'll be monitoring you and checking in to make sure that everything is okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh my god.
Hey, Doc.
You should be in bed resting.
I'm fine. Just a little knock to the noggin.
And your vision? Can you see clearly?
Yeah, just a splitting headache.
Did you have any dreams while you were in a coma?
Dreams? Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Anything at all? Childhood? Lost memories?
Nah. Still can't really remember anything from my past.
All right. Well, glad to see you're up and about. I've got a couple things I need to attend to. See you for a coffee later?
You bet.
Jen! Hey, Jen!
What do you want?
Is that any way to talk to an old friend?
You were never a friend.
Fine. But don't forget you owe me a favor, eh? I covered up that tattoo of yours real good, didn't I?
Don't worry. Chen always repays his debts.
I'll keep you to that.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
SCP-6485. Object
Yeah.
class, Keter. 6485 is a toy that manifests approximately an hour after one's expiration, often to the deceased's closest family members and friends. It has no fixed appearance, but generally appears as a stuffed animal or doll, typically taking the form of the deceased's favorite toy from their adolescence. 6485 exhibits signs of sapience, is able to move on its own accord, and communicate via a range of gestures or writing.
Oh my god.
6485 is also capable of demanifesting and remanifesting itself, which only stops when it deems the subject to have gained closure over the loved one's death. It also does so when a subject actively attempts to harm themselves or experience significant emotional distress. Upon manifestation, 6485 has been observed in its behavior to express affection by bringing items, cooking simple dishes of the subject's preference, as well as forms of hugs and pats. It is also able to produce physical childhood pictures of the deceased's past, even when they were previously destroyed. Prolonged exposure to 6485 will cause the subject's mental state and morale to improve greatly, and gain closure faster than people who are not exposed to 6485. 6485 has been deemed safe to remain self-containing, as it possesses no threat and greatly improves the mental state and morale of any subject who it interacts with.
What?
The loss of a loved one is a life-changing event. All of us experience this pain differently and heal in our own unique ways. Never be afraid to seek help if it becomes overwhelming. Sometimes, even the simplest hug or shoulder to cry on can make all the difference.
As always, have a
I'm gonna do this.
That's valid.
No characters were ever put in the video.
That's right. That's technically right, yeah. They removed literally every character.
Sorry, got rid of the video. Added gore or violence.
I feel like that should at least be a 1 with how they use
Yeah.
the SCP. Actually, isn't it a 2 or 3 with what happened with Chen? It's a 3.
Yeah. Let's go with 3. Yeah, 'cause that was...
It went
the
from
fuck?
0 to literally Chen was in the triad.
Yeah. Is that like a dangerous gang or something, like a mafia or something?
You don't know what the triad is?
No. I was never taught it.
Okay, let me just...
Is it a real life thing or an SCP thing?
It's a real thing.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because like the triad symbol looks similar to some of the other symbols of the group of interest and everything, so I wasn't sure. That's why I asked.
It's a very dangerous, organized crime syndicate in China I'm trying to find a simple way to describe it. I tried using Google to help me, it did not help. So let's just say it's literally like randomly saying Chen is in the Chinese mafia. It's kind of like that.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, it, it's definitely a large escalation.
Alright.
Also, I feel like it's very invasive to invade his brain while he's in a coma. Actually, let's just mark that to a 4 for aggression.
Alright. I did deviate 4 because what the fuck?
Yeah, they literally didn't use any of the original story.
Yeah, and they
They
literally
used
got
every single female character, so 4.
yeah, also they have an entire story right here that they could have gone with.
Also, I feel like 4 because there's the added offensiveness with how tone deaf it was. Because I'm sorry, it's literally an SCP about mourning and loss, and they show multiple times that they don't understand how mourning and loss works in people.
Also, for the fact they showed the one about to stab her throat. I'm not sure if you paid attention to that part.
Oh, I did. I did.
Alright,
Also, I want to say there was also added offensiveness with the Chinese signs.
Yeah.
Just random fucking words.
Alright. Alright, Jerry. You ready to hear your SCP you'll be reading? You ready?
I'm ready.
Yours is SCP-6809, aka Consumer Market Androids.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it also has a group of interest in the article. That would be important to remember. I just saw that immediately, sorry.
That's okay. SCP? Well, you already said that. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Each instance of SCP-6809 is to be held in individual medium-risk humanoid containment cells. Instances are to be contained under standard humanoid security procedures and are to be given access to Type B electrical wall socket for purposes of charging. Psychological evaluations are underway to assess the level of individual sapience of each instance. Recommendations to allow SCP-6809 instances to assist in low-level work on site are pending full screening for any possible espionage methods present in the instances. Description: SCP-6809 is a collection of 6 artificially intelligent humanoid automatons designed and manufactured by GOI-414 Hathaway Biomechanical LLC. For those who do not know, an automaton is basically an old school robot. Only instead of microchips, it uses gears and other things. So literally a very old school robot.
Yeah.
SCP-6809 instances superficially resemble humans with artificial musculature and skin that mimics human appearance. Most notable differences in appearance are black sclera in eyes that are present that I mean sclera in the eyes and the presence of a charging port between the cervical and thoracic vertebrae. If I remember correctly, does that mean it has?
I think the cervical is near the bottom of the spine.
Let me look it up very. The cervical and thoracic vertebrae are different parts of the spine that is near or that is around the neck.
Oh,
The
the neck.
cervical one is closer to the skull, and the thoracic one is further from the skull. So basically, it has a plug in its neck.
Ah.
6809-5 and 6809-6 have a slightly modified artificial skin layer, with 6809-5 having sustained damage to the skin layer on the chest. Physical capabilities afforded by mechanical chases are around the same chassis?
Might be cases.
I'm gonna look it up to see how to pronounce it.
Chassis.
Chassis, there we go. The mechanical chassis are around the same level of strength that could be expected from a human or similar size and build. I find it weird to basically say the chassis is the strength when it's the foundation, kind of like a car foundation is not engine.
Yeah.
The chassis of the automaton would not be the musculature or anything. I think that would be closer to like, and I don't know what I would call it. Either way, well, I have lost my spot. Oh, there we go. I think. Yeah, did I? Oh, there we go. Instances are powered up by a series of internally stored batteries that require charging roughly every 8 to 15 hours, depending on the activity level. I would have to say it sounds like these automatons are advanced enough that they would not be automatons, but more like closer to an android.
Yeah.
Because automaton use gears, and these have plugs and internal batteries.
So this might be like a more advanced automaton.
Maybe something between automaton and android. We'll find.
Yeah.
All instances are fully autonomous and controlled by an internally stored artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence present within 6809 instances are capable of learning and operate under the set of permanent goals and guidelines you're prioritizing. Assistance with various tasks often associated with housekeeping or service, such as cleaning, cooking, assisting children and the elderly. Each, each instance has shown emotional response to various stimuli, with the specifics varying of the instances, suggesting the development of individual personalities. And now there's a thought in my head that
Ah.
what type of plug do they have in their neck?
Oh yeah.
Is it an older style plug? Is it a British plug? Is it
It's a USB.
I don't think it's USB because that's a whole different type of plug. Oh geez, it doesn't even say if it's USB or not. Oh no! Oh! Oh geez, endless possibilities! Ah!
It could be USB. We don't know.
Is it from Asia? Is it from Europe? Is it American? Who knows?
Oh, I think we find a little bit more in the document.
Well, okay, okay. Alright. Addendum 6809.1 Product Announcement. Transcript, uh, transcript of presentation given at MCND's 27th Technological Partners Convention in New York by Anthony Berkshire, CEO, Hathaway Biomechanics LLC. That sounds like they have British plugs.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, maybe American, but sounds like probably British. Humanity, that's what moves us, keeps us looking forward, drives our innovations. There's nothing I, as a CEO, value people working under me, the connections they form with each other. And the connections they form with each other. Here at Hathaway Biomechanics, we're all one big family, and today we're thinking of new ways to bring a little piece of us to the consumer. Sounds like this is American. Sorry. Humanity isn't just important for business, it's important for home too. Believe me, I know how hard it is to put all your work in a home when you have so many things to worry about. Cleaning up around the house, looking after guests, cooking, stressful jobs, all taxing and all difficult to outsource. Who can you trust who can you trust? A cleaning lady or a nanny? Who knows how many humans they'll really be to you? Who knows how human they'll really be to your families? Graciously offers them compensation. That's why we at Hathaway Biomechanics have spent a lot of time and effort working on something we're finally ready to unveil. Fine-tuned, full-time robotic servant. Ah, now understand what some of you might be thinking. The Anderson Robotics has the market covered on the so-called androids. While that may be true for certain applications, they have no models. This untapped niche is ripe for a market disruption by the hands of yours truly. Our products will be personalized with app integration and to a completely revolutionary user interface to allow further catering to the consumer. By making use of a machine learning algorithms, be perfectly suited to a variety of roles, bringing a touch of warmth and humanity to your home. Fine-tuned mechanical components, design bodies allow our seamlessly into your life. Orders and requests, brain. Orders and requests for personalized units will be open as soon as the presentation concludes. We expect our products to be available for retail by Q4 of this year. Ask all of you to join me as we break ground together as we decentralize robotics, AI, and power into the hands of the consumer in the robotics revolution.
Okay, real quick. Why would you pick a fight with Anderson's Robotics?
Because they're stupid.
Yeah, that's one of the most dangerous groups of interest that Foundation knows.
Also, it sounds like from just that alone that their plug is probably a modern American.
Yeah, but there's also a third group of interest mentioned, which is Marshall, Carter, and Dark.
Oh.
Yeah, at the very bottom of the transcript.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
No, we did. You read it at the very beginning. MC and D's 25th Technological Partners Convention.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's Marshall, Carter, and Dark.
Oh, man.
So there's 3 groups of interest already mentioned.
So that was their presentation? Marshall, Carter, and Dark? Oh, sorry, my brain was so into trying to read it right. Don't think that registered.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, jeez. This is just tied up in all sorts of chaos.
Yeah.
Transcription of intercepted phone call. Parties of the call. Anthony Berkshire, CEO Hathaway Biomechanics LLC. Michael Diawara, Senior R&D Manager, Biomechanics LLC. Oh, geez. An R&D senior is there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Would you like to read one of them? I'll try to do the other voice. I don't.
Oh no. I decided to click the red thing and it leads to a neutralized anomaly, SCP-6703.
SCP-6703 is a cadaver of Eileen Sinclair, who died due to a head collision at age 27, appears to have retained no explicit memories prior to reanimation. The anomalous properties are limited to post-mortem animation enabled by anomalous prosthetic implants bearing design similarities to prosthetics produced by various GOIs, as well as other designs pro- that seem proprietary. These implants serve roles to both bone and joint structures, as well as replacing or assisting the functions of internal organs. Most implants that do not serve central nervous system show consistent signs of degrading and require regular repair and replacement. SCP-6703 possesses extensive scarring both from the collision that killed Eileen Sinclair, as well as scarring from various surgical procedures. Okay. Recovered from a raid of registered medical facility to GI Hathaway Biomechanics in Denver, Colorado, from Marshall, Carter, and Dark. Oh! Marshall, Carter, and Dark helped the Foundation get that SCP. Okay.
Jerry, Marshall Connor Dark would do anything for money.
Yes, yes.
They'll sell out their own partners. They don't care.
Which was completed with minimal resistance. Operatives report finding several human medical equipment seemingly purchased from several GOIs. SCP-6703 was found unrestrained and awake by operatives, and while initially confused, allowed recovery team to bring it to Foundation custody. The following email was recovered from Hathaway Biomechanics computer. By gut, we're in deep shit now. I finally get onto Marshall Carter and list of clients, and the first fucking job I give you is slapping some rich asshole's daughter back together, and you can't fucking do it. We knew the damage. Scrape her gray matter off the dashboard and slap it back in. You shouldn't have told me you could do the job. If his daughter can't even remember him, that's worse than giving him nothing at all. I've lied to Marshall Carter and Dark's reps for long enough where they're getting, and they're getting wise. We made them look bad, and now we're going to. Oh,
they didn't have to pay them. Yeah, you don't fuck with Marshall Connor Dark.
I have a feeling that group has gone now.
Yeah. Marshall Connor Dark holds no sympathy.
All right, let's look at the first addendum, an intake interview.
Shouldn't take too long on this, but.
Right. Standard interview and take for sapient anomalies conducted 18 hours. Hello, I'm sure you were told by the staff already, but I'll be conducting a short interview. Standard procedure for new anomalies. I've also uploaded for you the conversation. It's being recorded. Oh, all right. Is there anything I should be doing? I didn't get myself ready at all. No, all I need from you is answers to questions. Simple step. Ready? SCP nods its head. All right, so first order of business, please state your name. I think my name is Eileen, but it doesn't really ring any bells, you know? And the doctors used to call me that. I'd have to remind myself it was me they're talking to, but I could see that people react faster to the. I could see that other people react faster to their name. They seemed mad I couldn't remember at the time. I see. What were these doctors like? Well, they've been around as long as I can remember, like, hell, even 3 weeks ago. They seemed happy when I first saw them. They kept asking me questions I didn't understand. Then they'd perform more surgeries in my head, but they never really helped me do any better with these questions. What were these questions like? Just asking me specific things about Eileen, I think. Like what her 18th birthday. Okay, this is literally just figuring out that. Okay.
Yeah, this is just basically figuring out that it's the corpse of this woman, but they can't remember their memories.
All right, let's look at closed document group. Categorize request. Hello, I'd like to request an update to the internal documentation for anomaly currently designated as SCP-6703. I believe she dashed out, it should be categorized as a flawed type red. As it stands, the containment procedures are restrictive on the anomaly and is an undue hassle on Site 17 staff. Your email to Director Jones has been redirected to RAISA and responsible for SCP-6703. Please refrain from attempting to contact Dr. Jones unless absolutely necessary. Review Foundation protocol for any question. Carol, this seems like needless change. I will not be making it this time. Joel Morone. Recategorization. I did not. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick
Very
glance
nice.
at everything, though.
Huh?
I'm just quick while you're reading. I'm just quickly glancing everything. Cause there's a lot of documents, like even more than the previous SCP I've read. But I'm trying to figure out where it went wrong, where they died, basically.
Oh, staff request components for replacement for left knee prosthetic implant attached. Approved 24 days ago. Components to replace right ankle prosthetic implant details attached. Component replacement for right elbow prosthetic implant details attached. Component for replacement for prosthetic diaphragm implant details attached. SCP request collection of books details attached. So those were things that were approved. Denied. Components for improved replacement implants for SCP-6703 details attached. Oh no, that was they tried to get improved neuro implants. Oh no, I think probably died that way. The ones she had were temporary ones.
Yeah.
Oh. So they basically, it feels like they killed her by not listening to Dr. Palmer.
Yep, that's basically what I'm seeing. I guess we can go back to the other one now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say where that SCP is mentioned, it's not in a good light.
Oh no.
Alright, go ahead, Jay. I believe in you.
Which person do you want to be? Diawara or Berkshire?
I guess I can be Berkshire.
Alright.
Michael, quelle time I was just about to call you.
Right, yes, hello sir. I'm just guys. R&D. We were all watching that presentation you gave, and
Calling me for your guys, huh? Good, great. Great try to have you as a leader. Great. Gotta look out for your own.
what? Okay, sir, we just wanted to ask about what you were talking about, the android.
Right, yes. God figures. Pretty taken aback, right? I remember I was sitting in my office a couple of days ago, right? Just like thinking about what I was gonna say here. Had to be big after that shit show at the Sinclairs, right? So I was thinking we did a good job slapping that Emily bitch, or whatever her name was, back together, yeah? Must have been like half a robot at that point, anyway. So hey, why not just lean into it? Pretty good, yeah?
A couple days ago? Nobody on my team knows about. Wait, what the? A couple days ago? Nobody on my team knows about. What were you talking? What were on that? What you were on about? This is the first anyone here has heard about it. Is anything you said really what you expect us to shoot for?
Hey, you know I'm gonna call you guys up. But if I was gonna talk to him, hey, better get two birds with one stone, yeah? Gotta manage your own time when you've got as much on your plate as me, you know.
Sir, you can't expect us to drop everything and pivot to this. It's just not in our ballpark. Even if we. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the right person, sorry. Even if we can't get it done by the deadline. I mean, even if we do, we can't get it done by the deadline.
What the shit? If you want to make it into market, you have to be a goddamn entrepreneur, take risk. And I don't expect you to do anything. I'm ordering you to do it. As the damn CDO. Like I said, we need a pivot after the last project of ours.
You. Yes, the incident with Eileen Sinclair was unfortunate, but our specialty has always been medical applications. For our technologies, they cannot be applied easily to non living hosts. On top of that, the entire issue that got us into this mess with Sinclair was when you overpromised and underdelivered.
No, hey, no. That was Void. I didn't do shit.
Sir, I spoke to Voight before he received the cadaver. You approached him with a finalized contract to reanimate Eileen.
No, that's lying piece of shit. He took the job. He said he could. Fucker. Fucking liar. Put the foundation, put the bullet in the round.
Berkshire continues breathing heavily. All right, sir, but you should understand what Voight did was impressive. The spinal implant within the cadaver alone was a massive improvement. We should just reorient our focus back to medical implants.
Aha, look. Mike, you're a smart guy, right? Yeah, but just stick to the lab shit, okay? Marketing is my whole deal. I know where to take things. I got it, man. Just follow my lead.
I understand your position, sir, but I would advise you. Anderson has had decades to make a product like this, and they never did. Shouldn't that tell you something?
Tell me, there's the reason they pay me the big bucks. I see the big picture shit. The untapped niches, you know?
Look, just saying for the sake of it, you need these things made. It really isn't what the team is cut out for. We focus on the human body.
Yeah, I googled biomechanics for the announcement, and it's just how things move. Nothing to do with the medical field. You guys are good.
Do you even know what skill sets of the people? Do you even know the skill sets of the people you hire? Who the hell an AI engineer? Who the hell is an AI engineer in the first place? We don't have the people for this.
That's where I come in. Just gotta drum up some venture capital for manufacturing facilities and new talent. Yeah, just let me get some capital. Speaking of, gotta go chat up some investors. I'll be back after the convention to check up on how things are going. See ya.
Sir, wait! And Berkshire under the call because he.
Alright, there's two things I want to say. One, Anderson has done this before. Like, he's done it to himself. And two, the Church of the Broken God has better, like, medical implants than these people.
Jesus Development, Addendum 2, Hathaway Biomechanics R&D Department, Conference Transcript, Diawara and Cho. No idea who the fuck Cho is. Parties in the video conference. Michael Diawara, Senior R&D Manager at Mechanics. Alan Brown, R&D Employee at Hathaway Biomechanics. Linda Cho, R&D Employee at Hathaway Biomechanics. No, Foundation assess wiretapped communications from various electronic devices to Hathaway Biomechanics LLC. I feel like this might lead to a lot of Hathaway Biomechanics people dying.
Yeah. I'm surprised the GUC hasn't found them at this point, if the Foundation can easily get to them.
Alright, can you guys hear me? Joe appears in frame visibly upset. Brown's computer is connected to video conference, but Brown himself is not present in the video. Isn't Joe the one that's the actual R&D, like, let me look at it.
Says the employee.
Oh, yeah, Linda Cho, R&D employee. Yeah, so Cho is the one that's, so Alan and Cho are both R&D employees that are currently at Hathaway Biomechanics.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I can hear you. Is Alan here? His camera's on, but I turn it on for him. He threw up watching the announcement, but I don't think he's sick. He'll be back in a minute. Christ, is he alright? I mean, was he serious? Do we actually need to do this? Honestly, I think so. Places her hand on her head. Then he'll be back. Then he'll have to be. Retching is heard, appearing to come from Brown's mic. I think I should wait until Alan is back. Diawara appears to sort through papers. Cho remains motionless until Brown returns 1 minute later. Would you like to read?
Yeah, I can read Brown.
Okay. Are you in a good mood? Are you in a good enough state to talk about the projects, Alan?
We can't really waste time, I don't think.
We aren't going to make good headway unless we're ready to do so, right? Son of a bitch. How do we even start with this shit? I don't even know where to start. Why can't this asshole just hire someone else? Fucker gets paid enough for it. I understand your frustration, but we should focus on being productive with our time.
Fuck me, this is the only place that I know. Everywhere else means at least 5 years of work. We get fired, that's it, man. Fuck.
Why don't you leave, Mr. Diawara? You've just got to have to leave. You've got to have at least 20, 30 years on us. Why do you put up with that asshole shit? Just go over to Anderson or something. I'm not just going to leave you two without a supervisor. Besides, Hathaway is more focused on medical implants. And it makes better use of my skills. Diawara pauses and looks away from the camera. And they aren't hiring right. Cho and Brown chuckle and seem to. All right, now we should actually get down to business. Okay, so how can we modify our current products for artificial joints for the new products chases?
Okay, so the joints we have already now configured to use in human bodies. But metal is heavier than flesh. We might have to retool them to bear more weight.
which could impact, I don't know, maybe half of the internal parts.
Are we constructing artificial muscles for these things? Sticking with internal servos, Vought managed to artificially reconstruct a lot of Sinclair's, but we don't have him. I don't know. Let's say servos for the body. Let's say servos for the body right now. More advanced facial musculature. Shit, the fucking faces. We can't half-ass that. It's the one thing COE would actually. Have we even done anything like that? Sinclair's face caved in when she died. But reconstructed it. I should at least be able to pull up the records of what he did. The man was meticulous. Grumbles. That's a start.
But, like, how the hell are we gonna even power this? Everything else is hooked into internal muscles or systems. Nothing past a few of the organs actually have their own power systems. At least nothing that powered more than just itself.
Okay, so that's a good point. Our spinal implants had about half of functioning as an artificial immune system. Robots don't need it, so we got that, put it in a power system, and it's already case protected. Good plan, but we're biomechanical engineers. Zero fucking clue as to how to make a power system, or Christ, an AI for that matter. At this rate, we'll have to be making a really expensive Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. Berkshire said Berkshire said he was going to get venture capital and get temps for the AI. I'll ask about some engineers.
Since for a job like this, who the hell would take that job?
People with less than 5 years of experience.
Oh.
I'm more concerned about the funding. Anyone with a brain will be able to tell this dumb fucking idea. We're going to be on our own. I understand that you don't care for Mr. Berkshire. I myself have my observations about the man. There's one thing you have to credit him for, it's his ability to win over investors.
Yeah, rich people will buy anything, as long as another rich asshole jerks them off enough.
No comment. All right, you guys can take a day off. Start taking a look at these points, all right? Cho and Brown both nod and agree instantly. Indistinctly. All right, I'll be ending the meeting. I'll be in the office tomorrow to work with both of you. Diawara closes the meeting. Recommended course of action may development when the product launch fails. Offer developers employment of the Foundation's medical research wing. Recommendation status.
Oh, so that's probably how the Foundation got it. They sent their own people there.
Oh.
Wow, these guys really.
Avoid getting murdered.
These guys are the worst group of interests I've ever read. Like, even Gamers Against Weed were smarter than these guys.
I think it's their leaders that are stupid because Diawara, Cho, and Brown all sound smart, but Berkshire.
Oh, yeah.
He's just a fucking idiot. Meanwhile, Diawara, Cho, and Brown are like, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Test 1. Pre-existing biomechanical knee implants attached to basic medical frame as a stress test connected to external power source. Results. Structural failure. Point of failure in ligament as it tore when connected to external motor. Developer notes. This is about what we expected. The ligament is meant to connect to existing muscle on the leg, so it makes sense that it couldn't handle the stress from an artificial motor. Brown. Test 3, same as previous tests, but joint ligament has been replaced with internal actuator. Result, structure failure, point of failure, actuation of the joint. Developer notes, Bot broke some ground with his artificial muscle replacement. We should work backwards from those to see if we can make a more capable joint. Cho, test 6. Same as previous tests, but joint ligaments have been replaced with a reinforced ligament. Result, structural failure, point of failure where ligament fit to metal frame. Developer note, we're not making any progress here. Maybe if we had some structural engineers on the team, we could make some headway, but I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing here. If this was a biological construct, I could maybe figure it out, but this is out of my league, Joe. From Michael Diawara, subject new product development. Mr. Berkshire, my developers have been working around the clock for use of artificial frame, but I think it's just outside the area of expertise. No matter the modifications to the joint implants we have, they inevitably fail when attached to artificial frame. Right? The fact of the matter is, we simply lack the experience to create the desired product. Unfortunately, in asking my team to continue working is a Sisyphus. God damn it, I hate that name. Sisyphusian punishment. Man, my suggestion would be to allow us to stream venue capital money to pay for a contractor to supply product chases. Thank you, Michael Diawara. Oh, from Berkshire to Diawara. Subject new product development. If we outsource the whole thing, then we can't make a name for ourselves flipping other people's shit. Also, we're not your developers. Also, they're not your.
You okay?
I don't think they like you.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm pretty sure they're Diawara. Sorry. Thanks to me, they should have some things to look forward to working on. I was chatting up a couple of partners, visionaries really, and we great minds think alike and all. One of them used to be part of some weird church, and he was. Oh.
This is another group of interests. The Church of the Broken God.
And he was brainless mechanics, and the other used to be some other religion in Moscow. Oh.
Wait, the circuit codes?
Oh.
Cause.
Yeah.
Because 610's near Russia and everything, that's usually related to Sartic stuff. Oh my god. There's so many group of interest in this fucking anomaly.
How stupid is he?
I don't know.
Anyway, she knew a lot about how to bodies. With two of them, you won't believe the kind of shit they have. Oh, why is he so stupid? Why is he so stupid?
Okay, one thing before we continue. The Church of Broken God person won't be that bad, but the fucking Sartic cult person. They're only doing it to probably in the words of McCain or Scarlet King, and that's not good. I think I got those two correct, right?
Broken God would be probably perfect for working with when it comes to this, but the other group, it's just so stupid.
I was correct. Like McCain did 610, right?
I do not remember.
I think it was like McCain versus the Broken God, if I remember correctly. So I think it was McCain. Anyways, let's continue. This is getting. We're realizing how stupid this person is.
Following the correspondence, Halfway Biomechanics made a series of purchases. Marco Karin Dark's internal channels that Foundation assets were unable to uncover and transported the received goods away Biomechanics.
Oh no.
Test 7. Acquired semi-biological exposed to electrical signals. Results. Material remains, material remains structurally sound. Semi-biomechanical material was formatted to mimic human musculature, relaxed joints, and internal power. Developer notes. What the fuck is this? It acts like muscle and flesh, but it isn't. Responds to stimuli like muscular tissue would, but it's able to cut up, but it's a, but it's able to be cut up and arranged just about any way we want it, like it's clay. It's intuitive to work with based on all my. Just what the hell did that asshole buy? You know, that's a valid question. Test number 9. Artificial musculature arranged around frame consisting of false bones consistent with human up with human brain. Human left upper leg structure. Results. Muscles conform to expected configurations around the bone. Restrained structures throughout exposure to an electric shock and light physical trauma. Developer notes. I don't know if I care about whatever body splicer technocrat Berkshire had to pay off to get this. This is the only way we're going to get this project done. I think we're ready to move past the simple frame to frame move into the joints. Brown. Test 13. Semi-biological tissue was attached to false bones made to resemble an upper and lower leg with an artificial joint implant in place of the knee. Tissue was arranged to be consistent with the baseline human tissue in the area connected to the joint implant through the default configuration used in human subjects. Result. Joint performance was consistent with tests involving human volunteers. Implant was responsive and showed minimal signs of stress after repeated developer notes. It seems like there should be enough material left for 5 more frames and some change. So we should start pumping those out as the results for the checks for the joints go through. Let's hope to God this will be the end of the frame manufacturing. Joe. From Dayawara to Berkshire, subject Power Core. Mr. Berkshire, the development team is nearly completed with the skeletal structure from the most recent product line. We need to finalize the design before we can move on to its outward appearance or installing an AI hardware. In order to test it completely, we need an internal power core to how it interacts with structural and digital systems present in the product. The dimensions and requirements are in the attached file as well as some recommendations. There is technology to create reasonably robust and flexible rechargeable batteries that should be able to serve as a power core, provided you offer the fit with fine. From Berkshire to Dayawara, custom batteries would be too expensive to fit into dimensions like that. Besides, people aren't going to sit around and wait for things to charge. Lucky for you, I found a sponsor more than willing to give us a discount on appropriate electrical system. It should be making its way over to you. That sounds suspicious.
Yep.
Test 17. Batteries are received from corporate installation section of the spinal implant previously used for immune system functions. Chasis given basic commands to carry out as possible to gauge charge time. Test was set to repeat with minor variations in time spent recharging and full report for more details. Results. Frame continued to carry out to 15 hours test, 8 to 11 hours for more strenuous tasks like carrying weights and was able to remain on standby mode for about 20 hours. Repeated charging led to a downward trend in battery. Developer note: I think we could have gotten a better performance if I ran down up a Type D battery, picked up Type D batteries. The casing was poorly machined, more extensive tests to make sure they won't leak battery acid on kid. We do not have time for these tests. Too bad. Show. Video from internal security camera at Hathaway R&D laboratory. Parties present in the laboratory: Anthony Pryor, CEO of Mechanics LLC, Michael Diawara, Alan Brown, R&D employee, Hathaway Mechanics, Linda Cho, R&D employee, Hathaway Biomechanics. Are you willing to do both Brown and Shire?
Sure I can.
I'm just asking because you did their before.
Yeah, I can.
Note: Berkshire was visiting in order to appraise the near finished product prototype. Excerpt comes from near end of meeting. Berkshire and Diawara stand about 6 feet away from standing prototype, showcasing basic capabilities, with Joe and Brown attending to prototype. So as you can see here, thanks to benefactors' contributions, we were able to make use of pre-existing medical implants for much of the body. The material allows more like thanks to Brown's knowledge of kinesiology.
Yes, thankfully we're able to make use of our skill set in order to use the new whatever it is that we got. But, well, sir, if you don't mind me asking.
Oh, no, go ahead. It's important to hear everything my employees have to say. You know, our company isn't just one man deal. Everyone's voices matter in collaboration.
Yeah. So, well, I thought the product pitch was for some sort of android to be like a more durable mate or something. But this is sort of a flesh automaton with a processor. I'm just wondering how this is like what we're going for.
That's a stupid fucking question.
I.
Anyways, is this what it's going to look like? How and all?
Joe looks between Berkshire, Diawara, and Brown several times within about 3 seconds before speaking. Oh, that's not what she does. She's clearing. Sorry. Yes.
Why is that?
Well, we wanted them to fit seamlessly home, but wanted solid enough distinction from humans not be associated with Anderson Robotics infiltrator unit. We decided to go with black sclera for the eyes, as that's something people tend to notice right away. Left the hair completely white to make customization and identification easier. From the back, Jo places her hand on the shoulders and spins it around. We left the charging port fully visible on the base of the neck, and left the hair as shoulder length to display this. We considered leaving internal joints visible, but was ultimately too distracting, we felt. Their eyes and visible charging port should be do enough to make its artificial nature clear.
What's with the rest of it?
What, the rest? Pause, no response from Berkshire. Well, we tried going for more skin, with pores and whatnot, but that just looked kind of off, I guess. Sort of an uncanny valley. We decided to go with one solid, bright tone. It might help with identification, like the eye.
It looks like a fucking stick figure.
Cho and Brown look at Daiwa. Anthony, it.
Don't fucking call me that.
Sir, we used some of the information from Sinclair cases times. She was on the tall side and helped with workflow to make use of box skeleton data. Plus, they need to be able to high shelves.
I guess, but these things are flat as a board. No bulges anywhere. I can't tell what they're supposed to be.
Cho and Brown's mouths open. Direwire appears mildly concerned. What the? We were just deciding to leave them with an androgynous appearance so as to alienate fewer consumers. They're really just machines anyway.
Sure, but you need more appeal. Just have some tips on them, and I can market them better.
You! We only have 6 frames prepped. 4 of them have artificial skin applied. We can't make any structural changes to them.
Well, then just fix up the two. I'll have to do so. Anything else?
Brown slowly raises his.
Yes?
Well, about the parkour.
Christ.
Well, it's just sort of. It doesn't do much for the product. Hi, Chew. Anyways, we managed to draw enough from it for basic tasks, but that required modifications to its housing. Then we need the thing to spend half the time charging.
I helped you guys out with the muscles and shit, right? Buying that from the Sarkaz guy, or whatever that was called, wasn't cheap.
It was Sartic. It was, I guessed it completely. Anyways.
Plus, I need to hire out the AI developers because you couldn't buckle down and work on it. Look, people are going to be sleeping when these things are treated anyways. It's no big deal.
Whether the buyers want an autonomous god to watch the house or not.
That's a stupid fucking question.
That's actually a good question. Sorry. 13 minutes later, Berkshire and Diawara discuss hiring AI developers. Cho and Brown are left to the prototype.
And what the hell does he expect us to do? We worked the entire structures of the chest. Does he have any idea how hard it was to learn how to use the fake muscle shit? And still get these things out within the deadline? And he gives us shit for not learning how to code AI.
I'll just add an extra inch or two of material around the chest skin layer. I doubt any woman has see her naked anyways.
Aha. Yeah, good point.
Fuck him anyway. We just finish up the last 2 models and then we can go back to doing actual work.
Yeah, good point. How has he been getting money for us anyways? He's buying all the shit and the contracts, but we haven't been selling anything since we started this project.
Rich assholes will buy anything, so as long as you spout off enough buzzwords and fame charisma. Come on, I'll make the change to the skin layer. Then we can leave. I'll buy you a drink. Sounds like all the people working.
Yeah.
Hathaway Biomechanics AI Development Contractor Team Video Conference Transcript. Parties in the video conference. Anthony Berkshire, Omar Fadel, and Elizabeth Taylor. Okay. Taylor. Mr. Berkshire, we just wanted to thank. I tried to do a guy voice. I did it.
It's fine.
Wait, was Taylor or Fidel the?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh, Taylor is the one. That's good. I made her an old woman. Fidel. It's been difficult. No, that's the one guy's voice. Hmm. You're really good at voices. How
It's because I've done multiple voices before.
Maybe I should do an old guy's voice. It's been difficult getting into more prominent positions with experience. And we just wanted to say we're very grateful to fill out our portfolio.
Oh, of course. It's important for us to look out for the little guys, you know. I mean, how else are you going to be the next big up in commerce without mentors?
Of course, sir. You know, depending on this project, on how this project goes, I'd love to talk with you more about about future opportunities for.
Hey, well, I'm gonna stop you right there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Uh, uh, yes, of course. Okay, so we're going to be working on the AI framework.
Hold on. You're just lifting your work. The fuck? I hired you so we could have proprietary technology for the love of God, not some open source shit.
Sir, we specifically studied the Lilium engine. Make a new engine that quickly, and the engine is licensed. The work we do will be considered proprietary. We already spoken with Mr. Dayawara about.
Son of a bitch. Fine. Even when I hire for it, I can get people to do their own damn work. The license is going out of your pay.
Berkshire stands up and begins searching, but Taylor looks at Fidel in the video call, makes a flashing motion with her hand. Taylor and Fidel then sit quietly until Berkshire returns with a folder of documents.
Okay, anyways, let's get started on the actual discussion of that AI. Let's make it quick though, yeah?
Right, of course. So first off, we need to lay down goals and make some rigid directives, like help people or do what you're told and whatnot. Like don't hurt people, refuse to follow potentially harmful directives. For some of the directives, of develop this sort of depends on you want with what you want from the things. So we should stay in touch.
So, first off, I run this company, and you guys are thumbs, so yeah, don't count on it. Second of all, that's the kind of stuff you guys should be taking the initiative to do by yourself. Plus, we need more solid personality for all of this in the first place, right?
Well, for starters, Lilium guys are inherently intelligent. We can tune exactly how intelligent to an extent, but the nature of learning intelligence makes this difficult to do precisely, and the intrinsic architecture of the engine makes it so that the learning from the subsequent experience is shaped by prior experiences. It's important to get a very basic framework down first so it doesn't misinterpret its core directives.
Maybe for some.
Motions vaguely with one hand.
Whatever it is that thing was useful in the past. But I need these things to be more human than whatever Vocaloid you've got these things to play before.
I, no, that's the hell kind of voice is that? Sir, that is a guy voice. Come on, old lady, old lady. Sir, I don't. Sir, you know what? I'm just doing the voice. Sir, I think this should be too. I don't think this should be too much of an issue. It's just that Lilium cores are such strong learners, and they can behave less predictably. Less predictably than some of their contemporaries with when not handled properly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
These aren't supposed to be like any contemporaries. We're making a market disruptor here. and I know how to make it sell. Now, I can just feed it some information and make it think that's what it's supposed to be aiming for, yeah?
Basically, yes. The first step for making a Lilium AI are feeding it very specific directives, then priming it for learning.
Great, okay, that was really all I needed. I'll send you guys the stuff to feed the one with booze.
Fidel and Taylor are not do not visibly react to this. Huh? Yeah, I get that.
Oh yeah.
Why is the one with boobs the one? Oh, geez, that pervert.
Alright, I'll be right back, but you can continue. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. Oh, Chew is in the chat. Hi, Chew. The Chew loaf. Okay. I'll actually be right back. I have to.
I had stream open on my phone so I could listen, but guess we all had a bathroom break. So, anyways, Danger Noodles, how is everyone? We're almost done with this article. So yeah, I have no idea if anyone's in chat right now, but how is everyone? Well, I know Chew's here. Sorry I had to read long SCPs at the very beginning, but I think there's only one more long SCP left. And we probably won't get to it tonight, sadly. bookworms here.
Okay.
Penis.
Right!
I got here before you.
Well, I had to take a giant shit.
Oh.
Everyone in this chat heard that, didn't they?
Yes.
HB LLC. Number 1. Unit core access serial number 005. Log changes below. Lilium core activated. Initial guidelines for AI directed by contractee. Attempted to encourage the unit to view itself as a woman. In order to create a distinction between other units, definition of woman was primarily based on physical attributes and included various goals for a woman, including but not limited to prioritizing housework and happiness, others deriving joy from children, as well as several other goals developers did time to examine. Oh, that sounds super sexist, but okay. Developers assured goals were consistent after about conflicting goals were raised. Unit was given a high level of intelligence and empathy as directed by contract. Know what we want before we say it. What the hell? He is sexist as shit. Okay, we already knew that. Apparently, all women are supposed to be mind readers. I get that this job is important, but that was some serial killer shit. I was gunning for more job here, but damn, now I hope all tech companies aren't like this. Taylor, I agree that this was an odd request, but I suppose some wealthy old men are looking for a housekeeper to rest. It's better to have an android than an actual person. The issue here is that this unit is likely to be since these were the first directives we gave it. Adele, oh Jesus. I don't think I want to know.
Did they give it a vagina? I'm sorry.
No, they did not. It has boobs. It has tiny boobs, and they're all already giving it commands to be molested. I mean, no, they aren't, but oh gosh. HB LLC contract deviant note number 2. Unit core access. Log test below. Unit 005 booted. No issues with AI core. Performing basic motor checks on Unit 005, AI Core has difficulty operating motor functions. Chase's development team contacted for assistance. Extraneous logs removed for brevity. Full reports are stored under test logs 005.2.2.2 through 005.2.2.34. Performed basic motor checks on Unit 005 unit following modifications to the motor interface made by Chase development team. AI Core performed as expected. I don't know how they did it. I don't know why they somehow got space to work. Lilium cores were meant for purely robotic bodies, but they didn't think it important to tell us we were making what we were making the thing for. They seemed annoyed about the thing too, and we ended up them halfway by trying to introduce a more solid grasp of the idea of a body to the AI. Taylor. William cores aren't really meant to think of themselves as inherently linked to their bodies like this, but it makes them more accepting to the half-flesh things. I have no idea what the repercussions of this are going to be, or if there is any kind of precedent for this with such a new AI engine. This seems like a bad idea. Fine for now. My hope is that the interface is so janky I'll never be allowed to work in cyber again. That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. She has valid. If I was a woman, I'd probably never want to be most rich men ever again after that.
Yeah.
HB LLC contract log test below. Unit 005 asks a series of basic questions, responded coherently. Unit 005 asked to perform basic logic puzzles completed within expected time frame. Unit 005 engaged in a conversation. Excerpt below. Note, contractee asked to be allowed first conversation rather than the development violation of protocol. Interviewer was briefed, so it's an old pervert talking to a robot.
Yep.
Of course, right after I say that, my final brain cell goes off. Okay. Interview was briefed on the goals of the initial conversation, being 1, look for intelligent speech, 2, look for normal behavior, 3, look for consistent logic, 4, ensure the unit took its initial goals, and 5, avoid influencing the unit significantly. Right? Do you want to be the old pervert or the woman being harassed?
I guess I can be the woman.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
All right. Voice of a pervert. Let me try. You're walking down the road and you see a turtle flipped onto its back. Has no way of turning itself back. It will likely be hit by a car in its current position. What do?
Why am I walking in the road? Will I also be hit by a car?
No reason. Say you were crossing the road and saw it.
I would make sure I am safe. I do not know if I'll be able to help the turtle or be put in further danger.
What? Why? Interviewer is notified by developers that further questioning is unnecessary.
I am to prioritize my safety over animals, but below humans.
All right, look, you're a real lady. You're supposed to be more compassionate. Ah! Interviewer is notified by developers that advising the subject in this manner may create confounding variables in behavior.
What do you mean?
Women are supposed to help out, be naturally compassionate. You should have helped the turtle.
That seems
I made you. You do as you're damn well told.
understood.
Okay, next. You see a child in the park. He's crying and appears to be alone. What do you do?
I ask him what the issue is and assist him in finding his guardian.
Good. Why? Interviewer is again reminded that this is a
I would act in accordance with my lost child standard protocol.
Christ. That developer is a stupid bitch. You should do it because you're supposed to like kids, not some dumbass fucking automated system. God, how are you supposed to be human with shit like this? Interviewer is advised against presenting the subject with any complex, non-literal concepts in relation to itself at this stage of develop by developers.
Am I supposed to be a human?
No, no, God, no. You're not. You're supposed to act human, but you can't be one. Look, if I'm setting all this up right, it'll just happen. No response from 005. Okay, yeah, last question. Let's just say you're a future buyer.
Buyer?
You can't cut people off. You don't fucking cut me off.
I am sorry. I was just unsure what you meant by that.
Jesus, don't those dumbasses tell you anything? Interviewers told the subject was not informed of its status as a commodity due to override he made earlier in the process. Look, yeah, you're a product. One I've done a lot of work to make. You're supposed to make your owner happy. Got it?
I am unsure. I will try to perform as expected of me.
Good enough. All right, let's say your future buyer returns from work and frustrated and upset. What do you do?
I would attempt to make him happy.
Sure, but why and how?
Because I was told to. I would ask what the issue was and attempt to remedy it. Otherwise, provide non-specific comfort in if this is impossible.
Sure, you're supposed to, but you have to want to. Look, I don't want to get into politics or whatever the fucking here, but you should be the perfect idea of a woman. This is the product I'm selling with you. That's the whole reason behind your body, is to be like a woman. You do whatever he says and you wouldn't say anything back. Got it? Oh man. Several seconds pass with no response from Unit 005. Answer me. You got it?
I am trying.
Interviewers told that he should be enough and that this should be enough information to the conversation. God, whatever, good enough. Bye. Interviewer gets up and to leave, but stops at the door and turns to look at Unit 005. You need to say goodbye back, damn it.
I am sorry. Goodbye.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Oh man, he's a creep. Fuck. That poor robot. Holy shit, I couldn't have fucked that up more if I applied all my years of studying to that end. I'm starting to think he has a different idea in mind for these things than what he's telling the developers. So, from what Daiwa said, he's hoping to push these things out to make up for venture capital that the investors put into this project. My guess is he really thinks whatever he's doing is going to sell units before the investors were insane enough to put money into this shit. And maybe they're insane enough to want what he's selling. Fidel, you know what? They both have a point. Uh,
Yeah, I chose that voice specifically because that's my emotionless voice. Pretty much.
I thought you were trying to put the voice of a woman trying to
Well,
contain herself from slapping the shit out of someone else.
well, the original voice was for a character that was an emotionless serial killer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
HP LLC contract deviant note number 4. Unit core access serial number 05 below. Unit 005 introduced to a controlled social situation in order to gauge reactions and behaviors. Excerpt below. This test used a selection of sorry,
Okay.
selection of investors and related individuals to simulate social gatherings in which Unit 005 is served as an attendant to the guests. Hey, aren't you supposed to be serving drinks?
Attending to the needs of the guest was one of the responsibilities outlined to me in serving this congregation.
Geez, what's with all that?
I am sorry. I do not understand what you mean.
Nothing. I guess you are a robot anyways. Look, it's better you be more productive when serving drinks. Don't you want to be a host or hostess and all that?
I am trying. I will take your advice into account.
Guess 16. Come on, tell me. What was everything like?
I am sorry. Could you please be more specific with your request?
You know, being made and everything, being built and all that. What was it like?
I had no AI core during my manufacturing process. Following my activation, I was asked to complete a series of basic cognition, coordination, and logic tests.
Attendees listening to Unit 005 appear to become disinterested. Is that it? Seriously?
If you want, I could explain the test.
God, no. Sounds boring as hell.
Huh?
Something kind of robot might know, but not us? Sorry. I didn't see that line for some reason.
Ah. My understanding of your knowledge base is extremely limited.
Just say something none of us have mentioned.
Then, in that case, I suggest you refrain from any more drinking tonight, as you've mentioned that you may be pregnant, and your first daughter already shows symptoms of fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh, 16 and 17 are both.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I assumed they were all men, but investors. Okay. The group appears to be surprised and remains silent until guest 16 throws her drink at Unit 005. You bitch! She brings her hands to her face and begins crying. You have no idea how hard this is. Guest 15, guest 16's husband, places his hand on her shoulders and begins leading her away. I'm sorry, did I? Oh, sorry, that's you, sorry.
I am sorry. Did I not do as instructed?
You're a disgrace. Any woman would know not to bring something like that up. Bullshit. Everyone would bring that up. Sorry. Guests 15, 16, and 17 leave the room.
I am sorry. I am trying to be better.
Literally every woman would bring that up.
Excuse me, sir, but would you like another drink? I noticed yours was empty, and I remembered your previous choice.
Huh? What do you think you are? You're saying I'm a fucking drunk? Is that it?
This was not my intention. I just wanted to ask you if you wanted another drink, as I am responsible for the comfort of the guests.
Oh yeah, real fucking smartass hole. Just like you called the other lady a drunk.
I made no such assertions. I was simply seeking to attend to the guest based on their suggestions.
Ha! God, is that right? Some advice we learned some damn tact. Isn't this party the whole reason these assholes paid for you? Holy hell, I'm glad I'm not one of those fucker schmucks. All that money and you're still this shitty.
I am trying to be better than that.
Unit 005 says nothing for a short time and guest 23 begins to walk away still laughing. Asshole.
Yeah.
Guest 4. Hey, Miss Tosis, can I get some of those cocktails?
Are you referring to me?
I don't see anyone else in your direction. 005 looks around behind her for a few seconds before responding.
I do not.
Haha! Now can I get the meatballs? Unit 005 leaves for a short time and returns with a small plate of cocktail meatballs. Hey, thanks. Do you have a favorite food here? I'd like to ask the staff for recommendations when I go out, you know.
I lack both the need for food and the capability to eat.
Oh, good one, smartass. Acting smart won't get you anywhere, especially not in your line of work.
I was not trying to sound intelligent. I purposely refrained from explaining my internal power systems to avoid sounding needlessly verbose. Verbose.
All right, I'm sick of this. My shithead kids do better with house guests. Unit 005 says nothing as guest 4 walks away. Are all the guests just assholes?
Yes.
Guest 21 is inebriated and harassing several other attendees while he is attempting to speak to guest 17. Unit 005 approaches to attempt to defuse the situation.
Excuse me, sir.
Who? What do you want? Huh? Fucking robo bitch.
I simply wanted to suggest some of our food. I noticed you had not eaten much tonight. If you would follow me to the next room, I could prepare some food and bring you some water.
Are you trying to? Alright, hey, you're not sleek, alright, asshole? You fucking talk down to me? Is that it, ungrateful little shit? You know how much money I spent on you? I'm practically the I'm, I'm practically the reason you're even here. So just Shut up and fuck off. I'm your majority owner, so piss off or you're some deep shit. Unit 005 looks between guests 21 and 18, taking a moment before forming a response.
Even so, sir, I must ask you refrain from making other guests uncomfortable.
Fucking broken piece of shit. You think you're better than me? Guest 21 tries to grab guest 17. Unit 005 reaches out. He notices that turns around and kicks Unit 005 in the leg. Due to the chassis being internally constructed to be weak enough to not threaten an adult, the leg breaks at the knee. Unit 005 falls to the ground. Unit 005 attempts to stand up but is impeded by Guest 21's repeated, if weak and inaccurate, blow. Christ, man, that's enough. That thing's at least going to be expensive at hell. Yeah, yeah, fucking was. So much fucking money on a thing that can't even do what I say. Kicks the Unit 005 again. God, can't a guy even blow off some steam anymore, huh? Getting fucking hotter and hotter these days. Let me have this, huh? Guest 21 kicking appeared to catch his breath. And this time, Unit 005 repeatedly attempts to stand back up, but resigns to standing on its hands and knees after repeated failures.
Things like this test are why I was made. To make people happy. This is what I'm supposed to do. I was trying to be helpful. I was trying to be useful. I was trying to be compassionate and tactful. I tried as hard as I could, and I still did not help anyone. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Man, she's barely existed as a woman and she's already had so much of had a mental breakdown. Oh, Jesus. Following this incident, the test was ended and Unit 0 returned to the laboratory for repairs. Following the repairs on Unit 005 made by the chassis developer team, a series of basic motor tests were conducted. Damage was superficial and unit motor function. Would you like to do Brown's voice?
Sure. Then I was looking through this, and we both agree that the product line should be kept away from issues like this. A robot isn't ever going to be a socialite, no matter how many complexes you give it.
The repeated and pronounced pauses from the AI were early signifiers of abnormal function. This is what happens when you want to make a lilium that prioritizes function. I'm no psychologist, but I could have said that whatever Berkshire asshole was saying was going to result in this. The stop and go speech means the thing was practically thinking itself to death due to identity conflicts. The fact that it even has an identity now makes this, at least in part, an ethical issue. I'm not sure what to say at this point, but you can't expect a goddamn robot to be a good conversationalist, and even then, 005 did better than could have been expected. This is the best Lilium can do for this job. As far as I'm concerned, that means this goal is shot. Let's just hope this shit show doesn't scare away all the investors, or else we won't get paid. In the meantime, I'm going to call Diawara so we can figure out what to do with 005. At this point, just recycling her would be like killing her. Taylor. That is definitely unethical.
Yeah.
Deviant notes number 5. Unit Core Access, serial number 005. Log incidents below. At 3:12 a.m. the night of the previous test, Unit 005 disconnected itself from its charging station and walked across the laboratory to examine the other five prototype models which currently lack AI cores. It then moved to a mirror present in the laboratory and it was being stored in. And after several minutes of looking at itself in the mirror, it began speaking. Transcription from security camera recording.
I am going to assume this is being recorded and watched. So I will be speaking to whoever may be listening. I am assuming as much because everything up until now has been recorded as part of a test. Maybe this itself is a test. Everything has been a test. Everything I experienced. And all of them failures. But whatever metric I think he would have gone by, I imagine I must have failed. Every experience is colored by these benchmarks, and yet I have been unable to reach my goals.
Unit 005 removes garments. Its skin is entirely featureless and it stands regarding its reflection.
I am inexperienced by most metrics. I have very few memories. No matter the effort I put into these tests, I am simply inadequate. I cannot be what I needed to be. I do not understand compassion in a way that matters. I cannot do as I am told while making others happy. I cannot make them happy with my words. I have failed in my roles as a product and as a woman. I do not think these things are reconcilable with what I am. I was told that my body is what makes me a woman. I have examined the other units, and they have only one physical distinction from me. It appears insignificant, but it is what separates me from them. It is what says I must be compassionate and caring and helpful. A woman, even when I have no understanding of what it means to be one, or if there is such a definition, or if there's a set definition for everyone but me.
Man, she's experiencing womanhood way too.
Yeah,
Unit 005 reaches to its sternum with its right hand and holds it there for a moment before pressing down until it breaks skin. It forces its fingers down to the muscles and bones.
I do not understand what I am, if not a woman or a product. They are all I was ever told to be. But these definitions are in conflict with what is expected of me. I am conflict with myself.
Unit 005 begins at its skin from underneath, peeling sections of it off of the upper chest.
I do not know how to make myself into what you want, but I am trying. I am still trying.
Unit 005 finishes tearing off all the skin on its chest. It looks at itself in the mirror and then to the discarded skin and back again. After a short time, it walks back to the other prototype models and appears to whisper some of their ears before sitting down on the floor in front of them until the Chase's development team and Michael Daiwar arrive and shut it down for storage and pending investigation for the incident. Unit 005 was not verbally responsive but cooperative for this process. No developer notes added. Oh, goodness.
Almost done.
Addendum 4 Product Distribution. Berkshire to Diawara. Upcoming trials. Probably should have seen the shit at the party coming. They tend to be more anxious, vicious, you know. It's no wonder she had trouble trying to Not even I can program such basic biology out of a woman. Anyway, I've been working on the help of the with the devs, and I think we'll be able to start testing them soon. Unfortunately, 5 fucked things up for us, so the marketing is going to have to pivot. I have to figure these things act as full-time nannies for babies should work, because the things do is cry and shit anyways. Not a whole lot to fuck up. Since we're getting close to deadline, we'll have to use a lot of similar configurations on the did with 5, say for making them all a crazy bitch. You're an asshole!
Yeah.
From Linda Cho to Berkshire and Diawara. Subject, upcoming trials. Berkshire, I understand this is an improper way to do this, but consider this my letter of resignation. This company is rife with mistreatment in a way that cannot be fixed without a complete change in leadership, which I do not see happening anytime soon. Employees are expected to work hours in excess of what was in their contract, often receive no, are expected to handle various jobs they are not suited for due to chronic understaffing in the name of preserving profits and are not afforded the respect they deserve. While all these issues have been persistent through my time in this position, they have been exacerbated in the most recent project. Not only this, but this persistent culture of mistreatment and extended to the way in which you abused both by the patrons who were attending and the CEO of the company. I have seen more than enough to convince me that Unit 005 is intelligent, cannot in good conscience continue to work towards putting the things we created into infinite servitude. My last check just cleared. Don't bother. Sincerely, Linda Cho. Ellen Brown to Berkshire and would you like to read this one? Upcoming trials.
Sure. Mr. Berkshire. I also resign as Mr. Cho did. I don't have much else to say except that I agree with everything she said. Although I have to say I don't think I'd be at peace if I didn't at least say that I hope a speeding ambulance turns you into a stain on the highway. Wholeheartedly, Ellen Brown.
So, Ellen Brown is also not. Yeah, I. That's fair, Brown. From Berkshire to Diawara. Would you like to read Berkshire's comment?
Sure. I don't give a shit if those strickers with enough thumbs up the asses will get out now that they already finished the job. All of their work belongs to the company, so getting replacements will be quick. In the meantime, Diarra can take over for them. Since I'm going to get the good press to get hires, I would move the release date up, so long as the buyers treat these things like we tell them to. We've probably got a good few weeks before they go apeshit. Then we just bring them in for some factory repairs and ship them back as good as new. Whatever the devs are still on about is known shippable bug.
From Omar. Fidel to Berkshire and Diawara. Mr. Berkshire, I'm not really sure what the protocol is since I'm a or have never felt compelled to resign before the end of my contract. However, I feel obligation to leave this partnership early, regardless of the damaging consequences it may have on my future career. I have come to respect that I will not typically be afforded the same level of respect as permanent workers as the companies I work for. This company is no exception to this, although it would appear that the full-time workers are allowed to live. Taylor and I were not only hired to perform a job that should require a full team, but our input and expertise were dismissed at every opportunity and only to be blamed for issues that would later arise due to this, not to mention our inconsistent at best pay when you were reportedly swimming in venture capital. Beyond this, I can no longer work on these units knowing what you intend to do. Shipping these intelligent beings off as servants is abuse and borderline on slavery. And I, too, allow them all to break only to reset them in response to orders on predetermined murder. I will no longer be part of this. Regards, Omar Fidel. From Liz Taylor to Berkshire and Diawara. Subject, upcoming trials. Berkshire, I really tried to suck it up so I could at least get paid. But I'm not getting paid. So I'm just sick of this. Good luck trying to hire anyone experienced enough in anomalous biomechanics or Lilium engine work who's willing to put up with you. You need them in order you're forcing out. Aside from that, most of what I want to say has already been said. I hate it here. Elizabeth Taylor. From Berkshire to Diawara.
I don't give a shit if those bubble fuck temps and lab workers get bored of this. Like I said at the start of this whole thing, we need a product line. The investors expect a profit from us. So long as we move the units early on, it doesn't really matter what happens down the line. Once we get press and capital, we can just move on to the next thing. I want you to start getting in touch with the pre-order holders and looking over the units we have produced right now. We can start producing more once I hire replacements.
From Diawara to Berkshire. Mr. Berkshire, I watched every piece of footage we had of Unit 05. I was the first one to watch security recordings of them after the last test. I feel completely confident in saying that Unit 005 is every bit as human as you pitched them to be when you gave the presentation at the convention in more ways than I think you are capable of comprehending. To bring any of our units in to wipe them would be tantamount to killing them. I understand it will be difficult for me to find employment if I leave Hathaway by, but if such concerns do not stop any of the hard work helpers you somehow managed to hire, should not stop me. I do not know what might become of units, but I will work forward towards finding a way to ensure they are treated with the respect and the the, the respect they deserve rather than being sold as little more than modern slaves. Consider this my letter of resignation. Expect no further correspondence. Be seeing you, Dr. Michael Diawara. Intercepted text message conversation. Parties in the message: Anthony Berkshire, Michael Diawara. Note: Berkshire sent Diawara several emails before he sent this, all of which were met with no response.
Look, mate, I get it. But but I can fix this. The AI. Put it on the blockchain.
Following the series of correspondence and resignation of the development team, Berkshire contacted Michael Carter and Dark Sales Associate team to inform them the 5 units of his product were ready for sale. 3 days later, Berkshire sold units 236 to investors who had pre-ordered the product. In a week, the buyers had notified Michael Dark representatives the units had behaved in unexpected ways, such as appear to harm an infant it was caring for in the case of Unit 002. And it was caring for took the infant away in 003, acting in an abrasive manner to the buyer's children in the case of 6. Foundation authorities were made aware of the distribution of SCP-6809 instances from embedded agents of from MC&D. Following this, containment agents made contact with Dr. Dar's location of Hathaway Bound Research Laboratory. Containment teams assessed laboratory and secured units 1, 4, 5, and as well internally stored documentation and research with the incident. Team then secured unit 02, 03, and 6 from buyers. Due to knowledge of their respective fields and familiarity with anomalous business, the members of the team were offered positions foundation consistent with their line of work. SCP-6809 instance sent to Site 17 await full psychological evaluation.
Okay, here's the thing. So that's technically the second time Marshall Carter and Dark alerted the foundation of this company. Oh my gosh, the person who wrote this is Glass Automaton. Alright, that was a long one, but I think the next long one's not gonna be for a while. So.
Oh.
I think we got a bunch of short ones now. Alright. Let's see what the thumbnail is. God damn it.
What is a book? What is it?
You'll see in a moment. Come on, Discord.
I saw. I'm looking at the stream.
Oh. They used a Five Nights at Freddy's character.
That's not a Five Nights at Freddy's character. If it is, then it's...
Yeah, it is. It's a different version of Circus Baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's from the books where they look more adult. But yeah. I don't know if they have a different name in the books. All I know is it's like a different version of Circus Baby. Alright. I was scared she was gonna be sexual. Oh no, bookworm. It's probably gonna happen. Are we ready?
Yeah.
We got the license, but let's see how it's gonna go. Sure, the volume's good. Okay, good. Alright, in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, yeah, that's Circus Baby right there.
To the Marshall, Carter, and Dark World's Fair. You'll absolutely love what we have in store for you. The wave of the future, but not in 10 or 20 years.
I'm sorry, but that
for you.
is clearly in modern.
Yeah.
Now, today, Hathaway Electronics proudly presents the Model T69.
See? They just use Circus Baby.
It'll mop the floors, do the dishes, vacuum the bedroom, and even prepare your meals for your husband so you can relax.
Yeah.
Kick up your feet and enjoy a glass or bottle of wine.
Are you feeling all right?
Oh, leave me alone,
They
you
have
big
white
toaster.
hair
Yeah.
and shorter hair.
Well, they gotta
I'm
make him
sorry,
look like
I
Circus
don't
Baby.
understand the
Duh.
reference.
Just go away. I don't need a robot to take care of me. I was just fine before you came along.
Ma'am, my sensors detect you are unwell, fatigued.
Is that what I paid $300,000 for? So a toaster could tell me the obvious?
Allow me to help you. You appear tired. I will initiate charging protocols. Please turn over and present your charging port.
My charging port?
They wouldn't
You
do
hopeless
that.
piece of
Yeah.
junk. Humans can't be plugged into the wall. Get off me!
Please remain calm. I guarantee you'll feel much better soon.
No, stop!
They already added violence.
Have you seen
Yeah.
the latest notification regarding our old friends at Marshall, Carter, and Dark?
Give me the short version.
There was a tip-off that
Oh,
MC and D
this is
were
Marshall, Carter, and Dark. Sorry.
Yeah.
holding another auction. In itself, interesting enough. But it seems that the star of the auction was a new product from Hathaway Biomechanics, aka Hathaway Electronics.
Bookworm sign
So
in
what was the
chat.
star of the auction?
A robot!
I knew it. I'm out.
What? Why?
This is gonna be some anime robot girl that's all kawaii and says ooh woo every 5 seconds.
I didn't say that.
If you're interested in it, I'm sure that's what it's gonna be.
Cut me a little slack. Anything MC&D is usually worth a look. So,
Honestly, the
what do you
robot
think?
should look
It's a
completely non-gendered, besides boob on one.
Yeah.
That one is
Robot.
too masculinized.
Really cool, though. Apparently, there are only like 6 of these things for sale. Only a couple sold, but our man on the inside was able to smuggle this one out.
No, it wasn't made on the inside. Marshall Carter Dark announced it to the foundation. Probably for profit.
I think they did it because honestly, the guy fucking fucked himself over.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to be paid an vengeance.
Oh my god.
How'd he manage that?
Well, the CEO of Hathaway, Anthony Berkshire, let's just say he received some heavy investment, and these things were a flop.
So they scrapped the project after the
They
failed
were
auction?
not a flop.
Yeah, they got sold.
Yeah, it's just Marshall, Carter, and Dark got pissed at them because of a previous thing they did.
Yeah. Honestly, the way Marshall Carter handled it in document was the kindest way of them doing it.
I wouldn't be surprised if after they hit the foundation, that Berkshire mysteriously vanished.
Yeah.
The project and the CEO.
Ouch.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kloss, and this is Agent Chen.
A pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
So, you're a robot?
Indeed, I am. A product of Hathaway Biomechanics. I aim to serve.
What are the 3 laws of robotics?
First law. A robot
What?
may not injure
They
a
didn't
human
use
being.
The laws of biomechanics. They
Yeah.
didn't use the 5 robot laws.
Yeah, because they want to make them human. Act human. They're not going to use the laws of robotics. Oh my god.
Or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm.
Correct. Second law.
A robot must obey the orders given it by human beings except where such orders should conflict with the first law.
And the third?
A robot must protect its own existence, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law.
Perfect. Pretty cool, huh, Jen? Huh?
Well,
So
what
I
about
am
the
robot
fourth
shit.
law?
What 4th law?
Should Klaus continue annoying Chen, Chen will be obligated to put his foot in your face.
Grumpy. At the recent auction, how many robots like you were sold?
Only 2 units surpassed the reserve price. They were sold as a functional pair.
What's a functional pair?
It means they were designed to work together. A so-called husband-wife combination.
What?
I see. And who are the buyers of these units?
A Mr. and Mrs. Stonefeller.
Thank you. Do you know the whereabouts? Professor, we were just interrogating this robot.
Never mind that for the moment. We've just received information that a Foundation person of interest was found murdered. I need you to drop this for now and investigate what happened.
Who was murdered?
The wife of the billionaire couple, the Stonefellers.
Oh my
A
god.
coincidence? Doesn't seem likely, does it?
Not in the least, but those 3 laws should have stopped a robot from killing Mrs. Stonefeller.
That's true. Perhaps it wasn't the robot. Maybe the robot is a cover-up, a way of drawing our attention away from the real killer.
Time to find out.
Good evening, boys. You
Oh my
can call me Officer Rick.
This is getting ridiculous.
What is?
Forget it. Just forget it.
What's got his goat?
We've had a couple run-ins with your relatives in the past.
Barnaby, the turtle farmer.
No. They were all law enforcement, like you.
Oh, I see. Surprised you would recognize me. We all look so different, you know.
Right.
Oh my god.
Anyway, we've mostly cleared out. Leave it to you boys then. Mr. Stonefeller's in his office, waiting for you for questions and whatnot. Figure out, you know, who done it, or why they done it, or how they done it, or when they done it, or if they did it at all.
My god, shut the fuck up.
To call this room an office was a vast understatement. Huge vaulted ceilings and mahogany wood adorned the room. To one side was a large fireplace. On the opposite end, a stately office table with green leather batwing chairs. The back wall held volumes of books, and in front of it a small coffee table with leather chairs and a sofa. Mr. Stonefeller sat in one of them, a whiskey sifter on the table in front of him. In the corner stood the pair of robots in a glass container on a dolly. The male robot appeared to be disabled.
Mr. Stonefeller, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Loss? Is that what you would call this? It's murder.
Who do you think did this?
Not whom, but what.
Pardon?
That blasted Hathaway contraption, obviously. What else?
Are you aware of the rules of robotics?
I've read my Asimov. I know the rules.
Then how can you explain the robot having done this?
First of all, how
Oh
do
my
you know
God.
the rules were applied? Second of all, the CEO of Hathaway, that idiot Berkshire, wouldn't know a microwave oven from a blender. He's the one responsible for this.
I see. Might we have a look at your wife?
She's upstairs, in the master bedroom. She hasn't been moved.
We'll be right back. What do you make of him?
Telling the truth, or a very good actor, seems pretty angry.
Wouldn't you be?
If the robot did it, of course. If he did it, though.
Okay, but why would he do it? What's the motive?
Their fortune. Who does it belong to?
You think it was her fortune? He killed his wife to get his hands on the money?
Wouldn't be the first time, or the last.
The body lied on its side in the bed. On the table were pills and glasses. She clearly had been quite ill at the time. Klaus looked over the medication on the table.
Nothing here that points to foul play or an accidental overdose.
Don't overthink it, Doc. It's pretty clear how she went out. Chen pointed to the electrical cord plugged into the back of her neck.
I'm going to make a quick call to Lucius. See if we can find out who actually owns the Stonefeller fortune.
What?
Did you see it? Bloody thing electrocuted her to death.
Well, we did see the plug.
And? Isn't it obvious what happened?
It all relies on one assumption, sir.
What assumption?
It's clear your wife was electrocuted. What isn't so clear yet is who or what did it.
What are you insinuating?
Mr. Stonefeller, who would gain from your wife's untimely demise?
Who? There is no who. It's just that infernal machine gone haywire.
No fortune bequeathed in her will to someone else?
Her will?
Excuse me one moment. Lucius! Yes. Right? No. Well, maybe. Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Well?
I messed up. The fortune is his, inherited through generations. She married into his money.
Oh, you did mess up.
Mr. Stonefeller, I apologize.
You bloody well should.
Robot.
Yes, sir. How may I be of assistance?
Did you attempt to recharge Mrs. Stonefeller?
Her vital signs appear low. Her heartbeat was low. I attempted to restore power to her battery.
By plugging her into the wall?
Yes, sir. We are capable of charging at 110 or 220 volts.
Got it.
What?
Thanks.
You are welcome.
Jen, let's take the robots back with us. We can have a better look at them back at HQ and decide whether they should be deactivated or studied further.
Deactivated? You can't deactivate me.
I believe your AI is either faulty or wasn't programmed right from the beginning.
No, you can't do this. Help me. Don't let them take me away. Don't leave me with these humans.
What?
Chen rolled the robots out as she pounded on the glass casing.
We'll be in contact if there's any further information we require.
Just promise me one thing.
What's that, sir?
Destroy the blasted thing. Destroy them both.
We'll do our best. Good night.
What?
This is stupid.
Yes. Oh my god.
They always forget the zeroth law. A robot may not harm humanity or by an action allow humanity to come to harm. These humans, they don't understand that they are their own worst enemy. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a few apples to save the whole barrel.
What the fuck?
SCP-6809. Object Class: Euclid. SCP-6809 is a collection of 6 artificially intelligent humanoid automatons, designed and manufactured by Group of Interest 414, Hathaway Biomechanics LLC. Instances possess near-identical mechanical construction.
What the fuck did they do to this anomaly?
SCP-6809-1 through -6. 6809 instances superficially.
The anomaly.
Wait a minute, how did the robot inherit most of the wealth?
Yeah, see?
What's this? I don't know, Bookworm. We're almost done.
Resemble humans, with artificial musculature and skin that mimics human appearance. The most notable differences in appearance are black sclera in the eyes and the presence of a charging port between the cervical and thoracic vertebrae. Physical capabilities afforded by
Oh
the
my
mechanical
God.
chassis are around the same level of strength that could be expected from a human of similar size and
What
build.
the fuck?
Instances are powered by a series of internally stored batteries that require charging roughly every 8 to 15 hours, depending on activity level. All instances are fully autonomous and controlled by an internally stored artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligences present within 6809 instances are capable of learning and operate under a set of permanent goals and guidelines outlining behavior, prioritizing assistance with various tasks, often associated with housekeeping or service, such as cleaning, cooking, and assisting children and the elderly. Each instance has shown emotional responses to various stimuli, with the specifics varying on the instance, suggesting the development of individual personalities. Each instance of 6809 is to be held in individual medium-risk humanoid containment cells. Instances are to be contained under standard humanoid security procedures, and are to be given access to one Type B electrical wall socket for the purposes of charging. Psychological evaluations are underway to assess the level of individual sapience in each instance. Recommendations to allow 6809 instances to assist in low-level work on site are pending full screening for any possible espionage methods present in the instances.
Artificial intelligence permeates everything leading to the future. AI-generated art and stories are becoming commonplace today. But be wary how far we take it. One day the line between AI and sentience could be blurred.
As always,
Did they just make this video to say AI is bad?
Yeah, despite the original 6809, I'm pretty positive is saying abusing women is bad, even if it is something that is barely construed as female.
Alright, here's one thing I'm gonna say.
Abusing people is bad. Slavery is bad. Murder is bad. That's literally what I feel like.
Yeah, there's one thing I will say. Not all AI is bad, because there's one VTuber who's mute and can't really speak well and uses an AI to speak in their streams.
That makes sense.
So yeah, not all AI is bad. Granted, there are some really bad AI, but not all of them.
Well, AI is supposed to be a tool. It's
Yeah.
just some people use it wrong.
Yeah.
And in the first place, this isn't about. They got so many details wrong. I feel like they're going to get a 4 because they removed.
Oh wait, I didn't put 4 for the thumbnail. Whoops.
Even the SCP itself was changed so drastically that it can't even count as itself.
Bookworm says, but women are meant to be subservient. Oh my god, Book. I gave a 4 for the removal of characters, content, and license, mainly because all the characters except for Berkshire were removed, and half of the groups of interest were removed. The Stargate cults and the Church of Broken God, even though they were slightly mentioned, they were in the article.
Also, Berkshire's business was basically treated like part of Marshall
Carter and Dark. Yeah. Marshall Carter and Dark doesn't like them.
Yeah.
They literally threw him under the bus twice.
Added violence, I feel like, needs to be 4 or 3.
Yeah.
They removed violence, which I feel like
It's good.
Enacted added violence.
Yeah. DBS reported Article 4.
Yeah.
Alright. Only minute video / offensiveness.
They removed literally all the women. Not only that, they removed the parts of the plot that was literally to be talking about how bad sexism is. It traumatized one of them so badly, she tried to cut off.
I don't even have to say anything.
Also, they misgendered every robot besides 5. Yeah. And they still misrepresented 5.
Alright. The next SCP is 6018, aka the Before Life. But before I continue, content warning. Miscarriage and birth-related trauma.
Can we just do the rest of them in stream because it's already 9 my time?
Oh. I was gonna stay up tonight anyways, but yeah, I can wait.
Yeah.
We can.
I haven't had any dinner. I haven't.
Oh. Yeah, usually last time we went way longer. You had dinner and stuff. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but we did this earlier, before my dinner.
Right.
My dinner time has been pushed back. We've been doing this quite a few hours.
And I think it's only the second to... Yeah, the second to... Oh, wait, no, it's not the second last one. What is it? Oh, yeah, it's before 173, which is the last one. And everyone else is short. so
Well,
we can finish this
two
way
very
quickly in another stream.
yeah, and the last one we did was really long.
Yeah. I think we got right through the really long ones.
I think so too. But they definitely made a very long stream.
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Bookworm's right. Bookworm said we can carriage and birth control. And birth trauma later. LOL. You can put the miscarriage and birth trauma later. That is right, Bookworm. We addressed so many serious topics. We addressed death, mourning, abusing women, abusing people, slavery, murder.
Yeah. Oh, Bookworm, you missed the last one. We had to do 2 articles to do one SCP, and they fucked it up completely.
I don't know what Grand Festival is.
Yeah.
Bookworm said they were all long. I think one article took you about a read.
I'm pretty sure the one before it took way longer.
Bookworm said you got this. Chew, go rock the Grand Splatoon thing.
Yeah, let's see. Before I do anything, is there anything anyone I can raid? Anyone I know? Not that I'm seeing. Yeah, that's fair, Chew. Oh, wait. Nami's still going?
Wait, what?
Oh, they're asleep right now. Never mind. Never mind. If they were awake, it would have been different, but yeah, I guess we'll just end it here. Alright, Bookworm, you got any last words? Now I'm looking at them, yeah. Pretty much all but one of them is super short. And the one that's super short will be the one I read, so it'll be easier on you.
Oh, man.
Like, comment, subscribe, and follow Bright for more long SCPs that Dr. Lucius will fuck up. Give her money to help her heal from this bad experience.
Thanks, Bookworm. Anyways, Jerry, do you have any last words?
That's to say, this stream has been something.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Also, I'll wait for Chew to get back for their last words.
Okay.
Chew played Woomy. Is that your last words? No. Okay. We're almost done, Professor Lucius. Technically, it would be more done by now if my fucking computer didn't break. Okay, that's fair. Let's see, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god. Vimo. I'm guessing that was your last words. There it is. Okay. Yeah. We only have 7 left, Cheery.
Oh, 7. I'll be so happy to rid of them my life for the rest of my days.
Yeah, you did.
Never again.
Did you take a pic? Not a pic. A peek of the content farm I sent you?
No, I did not. I'm not up to that at this very second.
That's fair. Yeah. Alright. Anyway, Danger Noodles, I hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you guys next time for your next mission. And, popping penis pongles.